I can't remember. I'm not saying nay or yay. I'm just saying so much. However, I did tell her recently that I had my mind made up weeks ago. Not really, so that's on me. So I'm sorry about that. For you,
Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black Book. We are talking to you guys today about Ready to Love. Yes, we're going to have another lovely live, okay, where we are going to talk about Season 4, Episode 11. There was a lot of stuff that happened. Many people have different opinions, different thoughts. I know how you feel about Kyra. I know some of you feel some way about Jason. I know some of you feel about AJ. I know some of you feel the same way about Liz and the rest of the gang. Today is going to be a really deep conversation, so I hope you guys are ready with your thoughts. As always, we want to let you guys know if you want to join the conversation, this is the open floor. Let me put this here. This is the open floor right now. Okay, let me put it on here so you guys know. Open floor, okay, has begun. Okay, the open floor has begun, which means send me an email. We will get you on this particular floor to have a conversation tonight about your thoughts about this episode, okay? But first of all, do me a favor, like, share, and subscribe to this channel. You don't want to be able to miss some of the great things we've got coming up. You know, next week we've got, Put a Ring on It. We've also got Married at First Sight in July as well. We've got Love Island UK that we'll be doing 1 hour lives with as well. So, guys, we want to be able to hear you and see you and feel you as well, guys. Okay, listen, it's gonna get mad in here. It's gonna get mad in here. Okay, listen. Well, let's talk about some real stuff right now. Listen, also, guys, stay hydrated. Okay, stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. Okay, because the streets are hot. Okay, stay hydrated because the streets are hot. I didn't even put enough water in this tank, but it's all good. Okay, so let's talk about some real stuff right now. So much to unpack, but I want to deal with Kyra and Jason first and foremost. Jason and Kyra first and foremost. Now, let me just say this, guys. Jason and Kyra both played the game. Okay, what is hurting Kyra right now, okay, is the fact that Kyra played the game, but Jason played it better. I gotta say this. Well freaking done, Jason. Listen, you know me already. When it comes to the game, I don't hate nobody when it comes to the game. They both played the game, but Jason won in the end. What's hurting Kyra? This is what's hurting Kyra. It's not just that he played the game. What hurts her the most is the fact that he played the game better than her. But the third thing is this. She never expected him to play the game. She never expected Jason to have the gumption, the gall, the confidence, the ability to play the game better than she could. She underestimated her opponent and it hurts. I'm just keeping it real. Kyra, you know I love you, girl. You know I love you, girl. You know I think you're amazing. But I always keep it 100% real. You thought you could play Jason and he outplayed you. And that hurts. Right? And that hurts. It hurts a lot. Because you really had a plan to win. Okay? You had a plan to win. You thought, and here's the thing about with Kyra, with Jason, is that, and I'm going to say this, and I know I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way, but take it the wrong way. Here's the thing. Here's one of the biggest issues about these situations in dating. We asked this question the other night. How do you know what your league is? Okay, I want to make it very clear to anybody if you're dating, yeah, especially in these streets out here. Okay, all right, there are leagues. No. Let me keep it 100% real with you. Okay, there are leagues. Okay, there are leagues. All right, and when you don't know where you're positioned in this league, you're likely to be taken for a mug. Okay, it's honestly that simple. We all do it. We all qualify it. You look at someone, right? Ladies probably do this less because obviously, you know, they look at different factors. But You look at someone and you go, they're not in my league. The look of them, they're not in my league. You haven't spoke to them. You haven't heard them breathe. You just know by the look of them, they're not in your league. And it's not a beef. It's understanding. It's just understanding of the fact that we make these judgments all the time. We do. Now, when Jason was playing Kyra, the issue here, here's the issue. Here's the issue with Kyra and Jason. Kyra thought she had locked Jason in enough to take it to the end and he would choose her. But then he decided to flip the whole script and said, nah, I'm actually going to choose Liz ahead of time. Now, here's a real thing. Liz is number 2 choice. It's that simple. The actual losing party here seems to be Liz. Because while they were playing games with each other, Liz got the constant, how do you say, the secondary prize. Because she thinks she's number 1. That's why she went to go and tell Jason all this nonsense. This is what kicked off the whole madness. Went and told Jason this whole madness, rah, 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 rah. But you're number 2, babe. And what's even worse is when Kyra's bringing that information up to you, you're still defending Jason, trying to say, I don't want his character to be in disrepute. Sis, don't worry about his character. Listen to the information coming to your brain right now. That's what you need. You need to listen to what's coming to your brain. Listen to what's coming into your brain. Now, Liz might have won the game. I'm not going to say that the game itself, this game we call Ready to Love, right? I hope that she understands it's a Ready to Love game. Yeah, I hope that's what I hope that in her head she's qualified it as such, right? That she understands that she won the game of Ready to Love, maybe potentially not the love game. Now, I'm saying that I've seen some pictures on Instagram already of on Facebook of Jason and Liz seemingly going out and stuff. So maybe they worked it out, right? But you know, honestly, Jason made her a backup plan, and then when he lied, so here's the thing. It was obvious, it was obvious because the last episode at the ranch, I said it in my reviews. I said to you, the brothers putting full court press on Kyra to make a decision. You're putting full court press. You want the woman to make a decision. You want to push her to the brink of making a decision between you and AJ, and you want to tell me you can turn around and say, Liz was my first choice. You weren't playing the game that well, my friend. You weren't. You know? So now you've had to lie to Liz because you want to make her feel comfortable because you think she's glass. That's the point. And you've got a good boy image with Liz. See, I don't know if Jason's getting I don't know if Jason's full representative has come down with Liz as yet. Which is why I kind of get Kyra's kind of thought process. Like, hold on a minute. You never spoke about celibacy with me, but you speak in celibacy with Liz. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, ladies. Can I be honest with you? I'm not about to start talking about celibacy with one gal and not talk about it with another girl. I don't need to do that. You should. My stance should be consistent. Why am I changing my stance for different women? Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm not banging. Jason's playing the game. I'm just saying he's playing the game, but I'm saying there was no consistency, which caused the confusion. It's like you here doing. I read Daniel in the Bible, and I'm giving you Bible study and everything, but on the other side, you ain't discussing that with Kyra. Shoot, I'm surprised he didn't try to do the Bible stuff with Alexis because she was looking for a spiritual leader. Do you know what I'm saying? So for me, that inconsistency also is an individual problem. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of stuff, man. There's a lot of stuff, man. There's a lot of stuff. Like Kyra was bruised. She was hurt. She was definitely hurt by that. And Jason killed himself too. Because when listen, if you're gonna lie, you better lie to the grave. If you're gonna lie to the grave. How are you going to lie and then backtrack on the lie and tell the very person who potentially can ruin you? Why? That's why I know that Jason's not hardcore. He's not a hardcore game. He played the game as an opportunist, not somebody who's a game player. The opportunity was there to play. That's why he played it. Right? It was simple enough, right? it was simple enough, bro, to lie. Okay, you've lied already. Listen, I don't agree you should lie. But if you're gonna lie to the end, bro. Don't omit the lie to the very person who your girl is competing with right now, bro. Okay, that's not smart. That's not intelligent. Yeah? You're gonna lie to the end. Lie to the end. Because now, Kyra's got ammunition. Blood, she really tried to blow you out the water in the last conversation. But if you're gonna lie to the end. Now Kyra's gonna go back. Now he's gonna go back to now Kyra's gonna go back to Liz, drop bars to Liz. And this is the thing, if this is a real relationship and Liz has watched that scene, if you're not uncomfortable, if you're not feeling like raw, does man actually really like me? Does a girl actually really like me? Does this guy actually really want me? Because you can't come back from that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, you can't come back from that, man. Do you know what I'm saying? So anyway, that's Liz and that's a Rose situation anyway. So there was a lot to discuss there. I know some of you are in the background. 2 seconds. I'm gonna start bringing some people on. Man, it's been a deep night. It's a deep episode. You know what I'm saying? Deep episode. Like even even KG and Amber was interesting to say the least. That was interesting. Suddenly my man's doing no semen retention and that stuff, and Amber was. I'm like, did they discuss anything? Because what are they doing? Why are we having these discussions at the very end of the stage? I don't know. Okay, all right, I don't know why. Okay, we're gonna start bringing people on in a few minutes. Let me get some juice. Okay. KG and Amber, I don't know what's going on there, bro. Honestly, I don't know what's going on there. It's absolutely shambolic at this moment. Like he said, and this, and I'll be honest, I'll be fair. So what he said was semen retention. That's not necessarily celibacy in a sense, or even you're more abstaining, but it's not really celibacy in terms of like I'm doing this for God, or I'm doing it till I'm married. This is more semen retention, slightly different. That's to preserve your energy, preserve your strength, preserve your to keep your testosterone high. So I can understand why Amber was trying to challenge it, but it was still wicked. It was still wicked for her to try and tackle that. Do you understand? When he called it semen retention, I said, "Oh, when you've called it like that, bro, you've changed them. You've changed what you're actually doing. You should just get to celibacy." Then when she tries to check it, it's a bit mad. But when you say semen retention, now you had to add those extra bars. Oh, it's because all the other girls that I gave it to weren't really good girls. Well, now if you said that, what are you gonna say about? Now you open up the world, because now Amber's gonna be like, well, so am I not a good girl then? You see how you've left yourself open? You guys are moving your queen out of the back of the chessboard and leaving her spare and open in the middle of the chessboard, blood. Anybody's now going to take your queen now, cuz these moves people are making, they're not thinking about it. It's not strategic. It's not strategic, bro. If you say semen retention, then say the reason why is because the girls in the past didn't really value me. Now, what's going to happen to Amber's head? Of course she's going to say, am I not worthy of the semen that you're giving? Huh? Is she not going to say, am I not worthy of the semen? That's what she's going to say. Because you decided to say that no girl's worthy of the semen. Okay? This is next time just say, bro, I'm not having sex until I'm married. That's it. Or I want to stop having sex for the moment. I want to get to know you better. Just keep it real. But if you say semen retention and talk about the fact that women are the reason why you're doing this, brother, you're going to open yourself up to a whole lot of problems occur. You know what I'm saying? A lot of problems. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know. It's mad. I don't know how KJ and Amber got to that stage, but they got to that stage. You know what I'm saying? So it's a bit of a mad one still. You feel me? Sticky one. All right, let me get some people on the stage. I know they'll be coming in as we're coming. Someone said, who wants to have kids when you're doing semen retention? Absolutely, it's true. It don't make sense. You can't. You know what I mean? Yeah, you want the 5 kids. I don't know where they're coming from, sir. But I agree with the fact that he wants to get married first. I agree with that. I've got no problem with that. I think if that's what you want, bro, flow with that. Do you know what I'm saying? Just don't be saying that it's because the bad girls are out there. Do you know what I'm saying? Because yeah, it's a bit mad when you say that. All right, cool. Let me bring some people on the stage. Some people said they haven't heard of semen retention. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. He's not making up. It's part of that repo community. All right, cool. Hello, Nicole. Oh, sorry, you're on mute.
Oh, hi.
How you doing, Nicole? You all right?
Yeah, I am. Thanks for having me on.
No problems at all. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. What's your thoughts, man? I know you've been hearing me in the background and stuff. What's your thoughts, man?
Well, am I echoing?
No, you're good.
Okay, great. I think with Jason, I would say that I think we're reading a lot more into it than is there. I think he's more so insecure.
Okay.
And that I think he's made so many bad decisions in the past with women that he wanted to really have all the data before he made his decision about Liz and Kyra. And so I think that a couple of weeks ago, the shift was turning toward Liz. So I think he really exaggerated that, he had made his decision a couple of weeks ago. I think his emotions started turning toward Liz a couple of weeks ago. And so he just thought, I want all the data. I don't want to make a decision again based on emotion, go full forward, get crushed again like he did by his fiance who was cheating on him and was just like, whatever. Like everybody knew about it. It was so humiliating. And so I think he could feel the energy from Kyra was not what he was giving her. And the energy from Liz was just excitement, enthusiasm. And so he just wanted to be clear in his own mind that Kyra wasn't feeling him the way he had been feeling her. And so once he got that, he was like, okay, it's a wrap. It's going to be Liz. That's just my thoughts.
Okay, so what's your thoughts on this lie, though, man?
The lie? I don't know. I mean, I'm a woman. I've dealt with men, and men lie.
They do.
I mean, they tell you what you want to hear. I feel like in the moment when he said it, it just felt right to him. He's looking into Liz's eyes, and he's like, you were always the one for weeks. And he's just basking in that admiration. And I think he should have said, I started seriously considering you 2 weeks ago, not that I made up my mind 2 weeks ago.
Would you have been happy with that, though? If you were Liz and a guy said that to you in this situation, would you have been comfortable after that?
Well, I'm probably a little bit more like, even though I don't like to admit it, a little bit more like Kyra in that I'm logical. And so I think I would value the honesty, because what matters is his decision now, not if he was confident about me 2 weeks ago. Because even 2 weeks ago, David had just left the show. Or maybe 3 weeks ago. So they were just turning it all around. And I think all of the nonverbal cues, like he lights up when Liz is around. Like when they met up at the ranch, he was just like all smiles. When he's around Kyra, it's like the mood, at least what they showed us, is so serious. And so I think he wasn't certain because he's not certain of himself, not because he truly just wanted Kyra more.
Okay. I hear you, Nicole. I like that. Thank you for your additions. Linda, welcome to the conversation. What is your thought on the Jason and the Kyra situation right now?
Okay. So with the Jason and Kyra situation, I feel like I kind of agree with Nicole in the sense that I don't think that Jason is really sure of himself. And so I think that but I also don't think that he intentionally lied to Liz. Like, you know how you can tell when someone is being malicious with the lie versus like, hold on. Give me time to explain, to walk through, because I just feel like sometimes you can kind of sense whether or not someone is like malicious. It's kind of like a child saying like, "No, I didn't take the candy." Like that they're not like a terrible, kid, but just that they just, like they know better. So it's like, you shouldn't have done that, or you kind of can forgive a kid easier. And I kind of feel that way with Jason because I don't think that he was malicious or that he was like really trying to play Liz when he said all of that. I think it was like a moment where like he's given her this flower. He's having like this super sentimental moment with her, and like all of these words are just kind of tumbling out. You know what I mean? And I think in a way, he did feel like, I think in that moment, he probably felt a lot of emotions towards Liz, being that he kind of was certain at this point that she was going to be the woman that was with him at the end of this. And so that kind of word salad, like word diarrhea kind of came out. Like he was just trying to, like, he was just saying everything. And I think in a way he kind of thought to himself, like, maybe I've loved you the entire time. Like sometimes it feels like that, but in reality it was that he, really was, I do think that he was feeling Kyra, but she needed to give him something to like pursue, because I think the issue with Kyra, like, she was playing the game too much and she played herself doing it. And with Kyra, I as a woman, I understand the need to keep your cards close, and to guard and protect yourself. But with no risk, there's no reward. Like she was not willing to budge at all. And you have to give at least a little bit of an inch to keep someone going. And I think, men will pursue, but when it gets to a point where they're getting exhausted, like they will concede and they will go and invest their time somewhere else where they are actually going to get some kind of results. And I think with Kyra, she wanted to hold her cards so close to her chest that she wasn't willing to give anyone anything. And I think especially when a man gets to a point where he just flat out has to ask, like, listen, like, what do you want? Like, can you just tell me, like, what's going on here? Like, at that point, they're kind of over the mystery. Like, it's not even, like, exciting to them anymore. They're kind of exhausted at this point, and they kind of just want, like, they're looking for, like, a moment of realness. And I think with Kyra, her fear of, like, losing and, like, because I think she thinks if I give an inch or if I express any kind of a deeper emotion, then you have the opportunity to hurt me. You have the opportunity to play with me.
Yeah.
And so, but the thing is, in the game of love, like, you've got to risk being hurt. Otherwise, you're never going to find it. Like, because it requires you to put yourself out there at some point. So you can only hold on to your cards but so much, and I think she came into the situation thinking she was going to be the HBIC and she was going to run, circles around these men. But the thing is, AJ already played you, and you kind of played yourself. Like he played her by, even before this, by having her pay for the dinner. Like he already like kind of played you before coming into this, and you're still willing to give a guy like that a chance. So I think she set herself up for failure there, and she thought that this time I'm going to be in control. I'm going to hold all the cards. And she's thinking at the end of the process, it's going to be like this drama where I'm going to be the one with all of the information, and these two guys are going to be shivering in their boots waiting to see who's Kyra going to pick. And it's like, Jason was like, nah, I'm not doing this. Like, even in that conversation with her, she was just trying to, like, her I guess her intent with the conversation wasn't even clear. Like you could tell, like it was just about her. She was just in her feelings, because even he was just like, okay, why am I here? Like, I've made my decision. You're thinking there's still something to talk about, but we're not getting anywhere. Like, why are you asking me these questions? Like, what is the purpose of this conversation? And like, that's where like the veneer and the veil really started to fall. You could tell, like, there's no purpose to this. You're just hurt. You're just hurt and you're trying to, yeah. And so I think like it's kind of, hopefully it's a lesson learned to Kyra that like she needs to reevaluate her approach with dating, because it's not always about having all the power. Like sometimes you have to be able to concede, and you have to be able to give the person that you really have an intention with something to work with. And I think she really did like Jason, but she wanted to like control the situation entirely. And you can't, like, there are two people involved in this. So like you can't have all of the control.
I agree with that. I'm with you. I agree on that, Linda. As always, hitting it on the mark. Sean, Welcome to the conversation, brother.
Hey, what's up? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, you're good, bro. You're good, bro. Good to have a man on here as well, man. It's good to get some testosterone up in here. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, absolutely.
You feel me?
So I guess a couple of things that I kind of walked away with, after last night's episode. One, definitely I think we can all agree Jason doesn't have that alpha, he doesn't lead with that alpha male personality. But what I love about how it played out was you could see the nuances and situations where eventually he got his strength in the end, right? So when Kyra pressed him at that dinner, he was like, no, I chose Liz. So I like the fact that although in the beginning he was a little wishy-washy with her, in the previous episode that they had been on, but at the end he was like, no, it's Liz I'm choosing. And, you want to say we stay friends, let's stay friends. And you could see Kyra, her personality, I don't know if alpha female or gamma, whatever you want to call her, you saw that hurtness in her face. And even she admitted it, right? Because she realized she was playing the game, but she played it. And that's the risk you run when you play the game like that. You run the risk of getting caught out there. And she was caught out there. But what's so interesting about her is she was caught out there and she still went back to her old ways. So I would not trust her if I was AJ, right? Because he went out on a limb. He knew Alexis Fly was a sure shot. She was, down for him. But he turned his back, went back to Kyra because, that he had that connection with her from jump. But she still wanted to go back and have some type of closure with Jason where there was no closure needed, right? He made his decision. You didn't get picked, but you got a lifeline. Your boy AJ saved you, but still you want to have this conversation. So I think that happens too many times on the dating scene, but we're getting to see it, as audience members. And, she's definitely a villain. Trash, in my opinion, in the sense of she can't be trusted because you see what she's going to do. You see how she moves. She wants to be chosen, but she don't really want love. She wants to be chosen. She wants to be put on this pedestal. And, that's problematic. So that's my opinion.
Definitely hearing that. Good point, Sean. Good to have you on as well. Kristen, talk to me. Good to see you again.
Hi. So the question is Kyra a villain? Because I was logging on.
I mean, that's not necessarily the question. We was asking people's thoughts on Kyra and Jason, the interaction. I'm kind of just getting people's thoughts on their particular interactions on this episode.
Yeah, guys, their interaction was interesting, for sure. I'm a little torn because I have problems with AJ and I have problems with Kyra, but I think the issue with Kyra is that, like, the other panelists have said, Kyra wanted to do the Adriana. She wanted to have her, I guess, cake and eat it too. She wanted to have the opportunity to do the picking. And I think it caught her very off guard when AJ kind of like made that decision and stood on it. And I'm going to put stood on it in quotations for a reason. But I think that was her downfall. You can't assume that, you're going to always have someone. You can't take people for granted. And I think she took Jason for granted. And when he chose Liz, she got butthurt. And that kind of came out in that interaction because there really was no reason for them to have that conversation if she wasn't going to come to him with any kind of change. She came to him basically with just feeling like her feelings were hurt. And that was because she really thought Jason was going to be waiting on her. And he didn't want to do that. But my issue with Jason, is I feel like he is playing that role of nice guy versus good guy. And I'm going to keep saying this.
You read my
Jason
mind, Kristen. Go on.
Is a nice guy. See, Coach O, right. Jason is a nice guy. He is not a good guy. Because if he was a good guy, I'm going to preach for a second, he would have told Kyra from the beginning, you're playing games, I like you, but I can't choose you because you don't know what the hell you want. So I'm going to move on with Liz and don't think you have me in your back pocket because you don't, because you're wishy-washy. That's not what he wanted to do. He wants to be a beta man he wants to pick Kyra, she pick him, and then not, and then he want to turn around and stand on his decision with Liz. And my issue is that Liz is the one, all-star, phenomenal woman. She seems like an amazing person. She was kind in the face of Kyra, even when she laughed in her face. She's a Southern belle. I like Liz. My issue with Liz is I don't think she has a sense of discernment like she should at 40 years old. And she showed that with David. And I feel like she's showing that with Jason, because I don't trust Jason, because I feel like he picked Liz as a default position. And now he's trying to stand on his decision and look like he made some grandiose gesture with the white rose and whatever. We'll get to that. But I just feel like he can't be trusted either, because you're telling Liz, oh no, I made my decision 2 weeks ago. And then you tell Kyra, no, I was just playing. I was just kidding. No, I was a little wrong about that. So honestly, the both of them, they're both wrong as hell for two different reasons. And I think we can't conflate why. We had to talk about them separately. But Kyra, as a Black woman in America, she's going to lose greater, because even as a lawyer, she's beautiful. She's everything like that. If she keeps going down their path, she's going to be looking up. She's going to be 40 playing games like this. Jason has a better chance to be in shows, even if he is wrong. So that's what I got on that one.
Kristen be in my head, y'all. Listen, I'm dropping a review after the one I dropped today. Yeah, it'll be later on, and I said the exact same thing, that Jason is a nice guy, not a good guy. And the difference is, when nice guys are talking to girls or dealing with girls, boundaries and assertiveness are missing, right? And this is a game show, so it's like he becomes a villain in itself because he's unable to decree what he actually wants. And I'll give you an example. When him and Kyra at the ranch are talking, right? We said this last week on the live. We said, why would he say, I'm waiting for you to be the captain to come into my life? I'm like, why would you wait for her to be the captain? Why are you not the captain? Why are you wanting Kyra to lead the show? Right? I'm not saying Kyra doesn't have her own issues. By the way, we'll get on Kyra too. But what we're talking about is that this whole notion of he's a good guy, I'm looking at him, no, he's a nice guy. And that's the issue. The whole thing was that the reason why he chose Liz is only because Kyra was no longer available. When he finally deeped it, okay, I'm now going to have to press you for an answer, and you're telling me you're going to go to the end, you're not going to choose me. At that point, that's when he chose Liz. So the reason why he lied is because he didn't want to tell the truth. See, that's what I'm trying to say. That people out here be like, oh, he accidentally told a lie. He didn't accidentally tell a lie. He told a lie because he didn't know how to handle pressure and stand upon the fact that I've made a choice. If you've made a choice, bro, you've made a choice. Cool. Nobody can check you, question you, whether it was last week you made a choice, whether this week you made a choice. You've made a choice, right? But because he's a nice guy, that assertiveness is missing. So what did he do? Under pressure, he lied. See, alpha man, I'm not even talking about even alpha men. Men who have their boundaries well put together and they are assertive enough, would have just said, listen, look, I changed my position. It is what it is. Like, Kyra, you're going to have to deal with this situation. You try to play me, you got played, get over it, right? But he lied in that moment. And that's what told me when pressure comes, Jason can't handle. When it comes to pressure, Jason can't handle. So now he's ended up lying. And I'm like, brother, I would have never come out and told a lie, bro. Because at the end of the day, I made my choice. Deal or no deal, it's up to you. Richard Branson style. Anyway, Erica, get into the conversation with us. We're talking about Jason and Kyra. You know, what's your thoughts? Team Jason, Team Kyra. What's your thoughts?
Team neither one of them. And I was rocking with Kyra up until this. But I think the previous episode, I kind of start to see her manipulative ways. When she came out in the bathing suit and she was trying to get, the attention back on her from Liz. I thought that was kind of slimy and I didn't expect that from her. But in this episode, she definitely is my least favorite person on the show now because of the way that she lashed out at Liz, the way that she was really dishonest, because when AJ brought her back in, he's thinking she's coming back in to be with me. He didn't think you still got unfinished business with Jason. So your whole thing was, okay, I'm still in. Now I need to get with Jason and see, who he's going to choose. And so that was kind of slimy to me. Laughing in Liz's face, and trying to make her feel like, you're being dumb. He's lying to you. He's telling me one thing. He's telling you something else. That was disrespectful. That was that mean girl stuff coming out of her. Her insecurities showed last night. And when she was talking about that rose and that look on Kyra's face, that's a snapshot for haterism. And Jason, he always gives me little boy vibes. I mean, he's not compatible with Liz. Liz is a grown ass woman. I don't see them being compatible, but she's like AJ was saying that Alexis was the safe choice. Liz was the safe choice. She's always been consistent. She's always said, she's interested in him. So that was his safety net. And that's why he went on and chose her, because Kyra was giving him this, I want you to chase me. I want you to prove yourself to me. I want you to run after me. I want two men to be vying for my affection. And then when that didn't happen, when she lost her spot with both of them, with him, now she's left with AJ, but she really still wants Jason, because she's still saying, I don't even know if I can really trust AJ. He's still not opening up to me. But you getting what you give, because you're not transparent. You're not open with anybody. You don't give straight answers either. So I just didn't like how she moved last night. I didn't like how Jason lied and then got caught up in his lie. So both of them are liars. So I hope in this next episode that AJ kind of finds out what happened between her and Jason and decides that he don't want her either.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Erica. Appreciate it. You know what is interesting? I think AJ. Okay, so Kyra's getting some smoke for me too, right? My only sympathy with Kyra is that none of her choices were good, but she was trying to play the game, and that's the issue. Like, if you watched last season, Adriana played with Rashid, Kalfani situation, but she actually wasn't playing with Kalfani. She was only playing with Rashid. She wanted Kalfani, right? The only equivalent of there is no equivalent. I think Kyra's got no equivalent, because Alexis, even from season 1, her actual want was London. But the only issue was that she didn't know how to. She was scared that London would do her over so she was trying to do him one, right? But with Kyra, it's like, you didn't want none of them. The honest truth is, Kyra, you didn't want none of them. If you wanted Jason, you could have had him whenever you wanted, and you knew that. That's why I don't have no sympathy for her, because, like I said, when you know your position and you know how people relate to you in the game of dating, I think men maybe might be more aware. I don't know. Women are definitely aware of this. There's a guy that comes across you, and you know the interaction you're having, that you are in charge of this interaction. You know, if you click your fingers, he gonna run. You know, if you click your fingers, he gonna want you, right? And Kyra knew that with Jason, but she played the game too long. And that's the problem when you play the game. You don't know when to cash in your coins. Sis, you've been here at the table rolling roulette, 6s and 8s and black and this and that. And you said one more time, let me roll it again. And unfortunately, when you rolled it, you rolled all your coins into one go and lost at the table. And now you're pissed. You know what I'm saying? Because AJ was never in your vicinity. In fact, there's one scene, and I'll let Sean go, and I want to ask Sean a question as well. There's one scene where they're talking, and Amber asks her, so what is it that you... In fact, I'll play the clip. I don't even want to talk about it. I remember exactly where it was. Here's a clip. Let me play it for you guys. You can watch it live. It's hilarious. And I was like, she didn't even answer the question. Old girl did not answer the question. Let me add this so you can see. Okay. So you guys can watch it live. Okay, here we go. Listen to this.
Bothered by it. Are you really choosing AJ because you genuinely
No, I'm choosing AJ because I feel like Jason, like you said, I was the one playing the game, but based on our conversations and how it rolls out to me, it's like, what were you doing?
We don't need to even know this anymore. The question was, sorry, I've asked everybody. The question was very simple. Why are you choosing AJ? And where did she go? She ended up talking about Jason. You don't care about AJ, Kyra. You don't even see him. Okay, you don't care about him. And that clip just showed it evidently she has no care. But I do want to ask a question, Sean, since you're on here, it's good to have another guy's perspective as well. Because we just mentioned about the nice guy, good guy. What's your perspective on that in terms of Jason? Is he the nice guy versus good guy, or do you see it differently? Because that's how I saw it, but you may see it differently as well.
I definitely see that. I think he's a little more nuanced, and I kind of touched on that in the beginning, because as you were saying that, I was like, yeah, I could see that, but I saw his, he kind of put that wall up with Alexis Sky when they first started dating in the beginning, right? Because she was like leaning on him and, oh, you were my son's coach. And then he just kind of, you just saw it just kind of, he pushed her to the side. He was like, don't like that energy too much. And he kind of he was nice about it, so that I see that like kind of nice guy vibe, but he made it clear that there was really no more interest between him and Alexis. So I think, he does have that boyish thing, about him. I don't know where that comes from or whatever. I know he had some emotional moment in the, a couple of episodes ago. So I don't know what that's about, but there's something in there because you see it come out in that white rose ceremony that he did with Liz. But I think he's like somewhere in between. I don't think he's found his manhood or like his full stance in terms of who he is. So he kind of like waffles back and forth sometimes, but I can see that he knows how to step up in certain situations. So that's kind of my perspective.
Good points. Love that. Good points. And Nicole, let me bring you back into the convo. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, these two, Kyra and Jason, they're obviously, she was hurt. She was hurt by the guy, obviously not wanting her anymore. And she wanted to have a second conversation, obviously, to kind of clear things up. How did you see the last scene, that conversation where they're speaking at a table, and she wanted to have that last conversation, and he quite eloquently put, I don't remember what I said because there was a lot of things that I said kind of chat, but what was your thoughts towards that last conversation they had at the table? Was it warranted, that last conversation? Was it needed?
Sorry. Secondhand embarrassment for Kyra. Like the whole energy when he walked in and he was like, Queen. Oh gosh, I just say, Kyra, the shift from when she walked out in that bikini a couple episodes ago to this meeting was night and day. She lost all her power just in that hug, because he was just, it was like she was relegated to like a play cousin or something. It was just over. Like, I will say that even though maybe Liz was number 2, maybe he did lie or exaggerate, when he made a decision, he was over it. He moved on. I think rejection, I'm taking this from somebody else. I heard rejection is clarity. Period. That's all that you need. When I've been ghosted by a guy, I don't need to track him down and figure out what did I do. He's not interested. There, yeah. It's in the day of internet dating that happens sometimes, and that's clear. I don't see why she needed clarity. It was so embarrassing, and it seemed like she was like sort of grasping at straws. But if I had come forward, if I had put it differently, what would you have done? It's just, he was just like, it would have happened the same. He answered with so much quickness. There was no hesitation. There was no tremble in his voice. He was adamant. And I do, the only part where he was uncertain was when he had to admit that he was not entirely truthful. But other than that, he didn't lose his nerve. And I appreciate that about Jason, that he's just sticking to his guns. He's not wavering anymore. Kyra needs to let it go. She's now Alexis with AJ. And she doesn't like AJ. It's like that when she met. I'm sorry if I'm getting ahead, but when she walked into that date with AJ, it felt like, ugh. She was not excited to see him. It was just, she's just breathing. She's just there existing. And AJ's really boring. And I think she realized, wow, I'm not going to get romantic gestures. I'm not going to get childlike, joy at seeing me. I'm just going to get this, hey, sometimes you make decisions because you might regret the other one more, or whatever it is. So anyways, Kyra played herself. She played the game too long. That's all I have to say.
I hear you, Nicole. Appreciate it. Thanks. Linda, let me get you in. What did you think about the comment, specifically about this comment that Kyra made? Okay. Let me see if I can get the clip, if I remember exactly where it is. I want to show it to you. I think I remember exactly where it was. Where she basically said that that we're now friends. Olga was talking as if that she had a choice. like she didn't just ask him what he wanted, and he said, I wanted Liz, and then tried to break it down. And I hope this is the only one I hope for, that this is editing, because that is mad. For her to say, "Oh, we're now friends." No, babe. You don't get a choice in this. you don't get a choice to choose what we're gonna be. You know what I mean? Like, Linda, what was your thoughts to that specific comment? I just wanted to hear about that specific comment.
Yeah. So when I heard that, I'm sorry, that was actually going to be part of my comment about the situation too. I had to pause and actually laugh out loud. Like, I had to pause. I was so embarrassed for her when she said that too. Like, talk about the secondhand embarrassment, because, honey, you did not have a choice. Jason made the choice for you. Somebody said Bachelor. Like, no, Kyra thought this was the Bachelorette, and like she was the prize, and she had her pick of the litter. Like, honey, no, Jason made that choice, sweetie. Jason told you no. Jason chose Liz, and she's like, and my decision is, the decision has been made, my dear. It was just like, it was crazy. When I heard that, I was just like, man, how the veneer just sheds, how the veil just drops. All of that was bravado. All of this hot girl, pretty girl was bravado. First of all, when she wore that bathing suit and nobody cared, not near eye, like, maybe they looked for a second, but like, those dudes were not really checking for Kyra like that. Like, she thinks she's in a different league. Like, don't get me wrong, Kyra is a beautiful woman, but like, there are also levels to like beautiful women too. You know what I'm saying? And like, she fits in a certain slot of the pretty girls, and like, she's a pretty girl, but she's not the kind of pretty girl that like the dudes, like every dude is going to like trip over. She's probably a pretty girl for like certain kinds of certain levels of men. Like, she's the hot girl. But in other situations, like, there will be another hot girl that's hotter. You know what I mean? And so Kyra did not realize her position. And when she said that my decision is to be friends, like, I'm glad that Jason did not get petty with it, because he could have gotten petty with it. All he said was, thank you. Like, he could have gotten petty and said, I already told you that I chose Liz. So there's really no decision, but okay. I'm glad to hear it. You know what I mean? Like, I would have gotten kind of petty like that, admittedly, but like, that was just crazy. That was crazy. And it really just shows that like, her ego it's just an act. It doesn't come from inside. And that's probably why she waffles so much and she plays these kind of games, because when you're secure with yourself, you don't need to play these kind of games, And if a guy doesn't choose you, it would have been a real boss move to come back in with AJ, like, still here, Jason. You know what I mean? Like, still here, and not even pay it any mind. and just move on with AJ and not even give Jason any play. That would have been the real boss move. But the second you call and you're like, I need to get closure. I need to understand so if I would have said this, would your response? And he was like, nope. And that's when she lost all her power. Like, to me, I think she's like taking notes from like these dating channels that like tell women how to act and like tell women these false, give women these false advice of like how to be a boss and like how to run circles around men. No, because in the real world, you're dealing with real people and you can never predict what someone's response is going to be to your behavior. And Jason pulled the rug out from under her, and she was on some different cloud thinking she was living in some alternate reality where she was thinking she had all the power, and the reality is people can pull the rug out from under you. People don't always behave in a way that you expect them to behave. People have their own motivations. People have their own wants and needs. And if you're not, because she is emotionally unavailable, if you're not able to understand that, it's because she is emotionally unavailable, so she couldn't really like understand when Jason said, I'm looking for something deeper. Like, he probably was like, he was looking for like more, like all she was giving him was face and questions. A pretty girl with a bunch of questions to ask me, a bunch of questions to interrogate me with. Like, it's not even fun. Like, he even was like, I feel like this is an interrogation. Like, when guys say that, like, that is not a good thing to hear from a guy when he tells you he feels like he's being interrogated. Like, it's going south. Like, and so I don't know, hopefully she can look back and like learn from this. But like, I also feel like when she asked him, if I had said this, would it have changed your mind? I feel like that was also her ego too, because she's kind of trying to get validation that like she was in control, and it was just a matter of like her not saying the right thing or her delivery. And if she had done something different, she would have been successful with manipulating the situation. And like, it was just all about her ego. And it was just so sad to watch, because on the face value, she seems like she is confident, or you would expect that, but really she's not at all.
Appreciate it. Let me get some people to wait in the room I see as well. Hello, Jay, you're right. Is it Jay? Is it correct if I said it correctly? Yeah? Hey,
Yes,
Jay, you're right.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Let me know if I'm too loud. I get to yelling. Sorry.
No, you're good.
All right. Yeah, it's Jay.
I appreciate you, Jay. Let me ask you a question while you're there. So we're asking the question right now, specifically about the comment that Kyra made. In fact, let me play the clip so everyone can see it. I've got it now, so let me play the clip for you guys, and you can answer the question for me. I have to just move it a little bit here because we're a little bit behind.
And Liz.
Okay. Based on how things have gone thus far, my decision is for us to stay as friends.
Thank you.
It gets better every time I watch it. Jay, we'll ask the question. What was your thoughts in regards to that particular clip there where she's mentioned, I think it's going to be better if we're friends? Like, what was your thoughts of that?
That was her last attempt at trying to regain some control, as to make it seem as she's passing him off instead of him passing her off or whatnot. I rewind the whole clip to come in though, because I heard you guys just, kind of dogging her out. It's like, I like her. And I'm going to tell you my reason why I like her. That athletic spirit. I'm an athlete, so I get it. You don't want to lose. That's her whole game. I do not want to lose. So me going back to talk to Jason is to figure out how I lost this situation. It's not really because I like you. I want to be with you. I just need to know why I lost the situation. Now, towards the end, she played herself because she started trying to manipulate the whole situation with the pulling on the strings, a little bit of, I guess we're just going to be friends and stuff or whatever. But Jason came in hot and heavy. So Liz must have put a bug in the ear. I don't know, speculation. Liz must have put the bug in the ear of, your girl said this at panel or whatever. So he came in hot. He was already on cloud 10, like pissed or whatever. Pissed for two reasons. One, you're telling her what I told you, and I told her something else or whatever. And then two is, you didn't choose me first off. So I'm mad in that regards. My male ego is stroked, is like all the way gone, because you didn't pick me when I asked you to pick me. All them scenes prior is I need a captain. I need somebody to tell me what to do. All of this stuff like that. Let's go back to, I'm sorry, I'm gonna come in because I'm coming in heavy. But let's go back to the Kyra laughing at Liz in that moment of the flower giving. I would have probably laughed too once I heard her say the only two people that he gave it to was his mother and his stepmother. So to me, how he looked at her is a mother figure. I need somebody else to tell me what to do. I need somebody else to do it.
JJ, wait, pause up. You coming hot and heavy right now, cuz when you come that hot and heavy, sometimes we need to just okay, just reload that again. Reload that one more time.
When he presented her with that rose, the two women that he mentioned, I was thinking like a girlfriend, high school sweetheart or whatever. He said my mother and my stepmother. Liz is a mother figure to him. Period. Point blank, period. That's what he wants. I would have been offended if I was Liz in that moment. Like, you compare me to your mother and your stepmother. Those are two non-intimate people. And I get she's not trying to be intimate on a physical level just yet, but I'm trying to be intimate with you spiritually, mentally, until we get to that point of physically. And you compare me to your mother and your stepmother? Oh, that's a problem for me. That's a big problem for me, or whatnot. So I would have, if I was Kyra in that moment, I probably would have chuckled a little bit too. Like, girl, did you not hear what he said to you? And stuff. Now, it could be edited. The chuckles could have came in a little earlier. I don't know where the disrespect came in, but I would have laughed too. I'm sorry. You gave me a white rose, which represents something else other than love. And you said, I'm like your mother and your stepmother. No, brother. No, I'm not your first choice. I'm your mother choice. I'm your parental choice. Now I'm parental guidance for you, which Kyra was not given. Kyra wants an equal. Kyra actually wants either equal or somebody to make her strive to be equal. That's what a little bit of AJ gives her, even though she's unsure because of their past, but he still challenges her. Jason is not a challenge. If I'm a competitor, I'm an athlete, I want somebody to push me. I want somebody, I'm going to go on this has got to be practice. It's got to feel like practice every day I'm going in for the big game. I'm working towards something. Jason is not working towards nothing. I'm hitting that goal every day. Every day I come in, I'm hitting that goal. You're doing nothing for me. So I'm sorry. I know how everybody wants to love Jason and all this stuff like that and feel like Kyra is such the bad person in this situation. She is not that bad. She just has an athletic spirit. So there's things that's going to push her mentally, just make her say, okay, I choose you. Jason just does not do that for her. She wants to see it in him, but he doesn't do it for her.
Appreciate it, Jay. Made me think. It made me think. I appreciate it, Jay. It made me think. It did make me think. And it made me think. And I'll tell you why it makes me think. He's given Liz a rose, and it's only been 3 or 4 weeks on this process. And he's dated people before then. That's what's concerning for me as well. It's like, you giving her a white rose. You've dated people, you know what I'm saying? Like, you've dated people in between that time, had a long-term relationship, and you didn't give them a rose? And Liz has come in for a few minutes, and you've given her a rose. Now, let me be honest. Obviously, maybe she brought something different than the other girls brought, right? Maybe she brought something completely different. But it would make me think, why no one else has got a rose in between that time? And now all she's done is a few weeks on a dating show, which you never picked her first, and she gets a rose. That's my only kind of like, oh, maybe. You know what I'm saying? But I'm always open to other things as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm open to the other perspectives. But I didn't see it that way, Liz. But now I can see where you're going with that. I can see where you're kind of going with that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, cool. Yes, Erica, what's your thoughts on this? What's your thoughts on that particular? In fact, since we've talked about the Rose situation, we can talk about it now. Erica, what was your viewpoint on this Rose stuff, man? What was your viewpoint? You like it? You love it? Don't like it?
I wasn't moved by it. Like she said, it was comparative to two maternal figures in his life, so it didn't. I wouldn't have had the same reaction that she had. I would have been like, "Oh, thank you," but I wouldn't have been crying and like he saw my heart and all that stuff. It wouldn't have been that big of a deal like she made it out to be. But it wasn't romantic. And I just like I said before, he gives me little boy vibes. So he probably does want somebody who's more maternal, who's more nurturing, who's more mature than he is, and I can see that dynamic in them too. It's not really romantic.
Okay, I hear that. I hear that. Sean, what was your thoughts on this Rose situation?
So I was with him with the White Rose just because it was something different. And, the symbolic meaning is really true, right? That purity piece, it means a deep respect. The one part I wish he would have left out was I've only given it to two people, my mother and my stepmother. He lost me on that, bro. I was like, what the hell are you doing? It just killed the whole vibe. And I could see her face. And I mean, Liz definitely, like everybody says, she's a high character, good woman. So she held her frame. She still was appreciative of it. But he pulled that, that move if he would have did that to Kyra, she would have annihilated him. That would have just been, maybe it works for Liz. She likes that. I just think that was too much. And the mother thing, it's like getting into some type of Oedipal thing. And it's kind of weird for me. There's already that age imbalance, so I thought that wasn't a good look on his part. But what I would say is the one thing that I noticed, and this is why I see, like with Jason, there's like subtleties in his personality. And sometimes he steps out, like when they went on that date and they were on whatever the heck that was, the Ferris wheel, and he sealed it with a kiss immediately, right? And that's when she had to go back and tell David. So he was like securing his spot with Liz, but then he kind of like, sometimes he waffles. But I think you could see like those little elements of him, trying to, create that aura, trying to, set the tone, make it beyond a friendship. But yeah, the White Rose, he could have left that out. Done that off camera somewhere.
I hear that. I think it's interesting. So okay, so just in case anyone's obviously watching, I see people in the comments are getting crazy or whatever. Everybody sees things differently, right? So I think you made a good point there, Sean. Kyra would have seen it as some of us would have seen it, which is, oh no, bro, you trying to compare me to your Mars and stuff. Which, listen, men do want to marry women that remind them of their mother, but you shouldn't be marrying a mother. You know what I'm saying? Like, you shouldn't be marrying a mother to you, in relation to you. So that if that woman plays a motherly role in your relationship, which for me is where I'm kind of seeing certain things, just because of, like I said, when he started saying the captain stuff, I said, bruh, she can't be your captain. And I think I've been saying this since the beginning of the show. When I watch Jason, sometimes I get this feeling like, because I think the stories he told us from the very beginning, in fact, this was from the very first VT. When he told us a story about how he got cheated upon, it ended up in the WhatsApp group. They started laughing at him, and I said, okay, if you've not learned from those moments, we're gonna see it in the show, right? Because that takes you to a place. If someone hurts you like that as a male, right? You go to the dark edges of life, okay? And then those who have a good head start usually come back, right? And then they come back to their senses and go, you know what? I've learned how to be assertive. I've learned how to be good. I had to go into the dark side a little bit first and then come back to my senses, right? And you can see that. And that's what we're talking about, the nice guy, good guy situation. But sometimes when I look at Jason, I'm like, bro, you want this girl to lead you, it feels like. And it's like, and hey, look, I'm open for all. Like I said, I think this, if you want a girl to lead you, there are women out there that want to lead men. So there's never a beef thing, right? But I'm looking at it and I'm going, brother, I don't know. Like, is that what Liz wants? Does she want a man that she's going to be leading? But then I guess with Liz, he can be a bit more masculine with her because she's a bit more, I guess, dainty and a little bit more kind of like, I don't want to say in her feminine bag, but she's able to be more feminine with him. So maybe it does work for them too. Do you know what I'm saying? But with Kyra, he's always stretching. he ain't gonna win that battle today or tomorrow. So good points there, Sean, as well. Let me get someone else involved in the convo. Let me get LB. LB, welcome to the conversation. Hope you're good. I hope you're there.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Hey everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
Loud and clear. Hello. Can you
guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay,
hear you.
perfect. Hi everybody.
Good.
Well,
We're talking about the Rose situation right now. What's your thoughts?
all right. So, well, the Rose, I'm mixed about it. I think that, well, first of all, Liz's reaction to he appeared with the Rose before he even said anything, she was screaming already, and I was like, girl, it's just the Rose. Like, it's okay. Like, he's not proposing, he's not getting on a knee. And I'm not trying to be shady, but I'm just like, come on, it's just a Rose. I would appreciate it too, but like, breathe. So anyway, that was my first reaction to that. I have to say though, when Jason started talking about the mom, the this, the that, I thought it was beautiful. My mom is like all of us, I'm sure, our mom is very important to us. And I felt like, to me, I started as respect, or I saw like, I take this seriously. I won't give I'm giving this to you because I see your character. I see your heart. I see that. I have to admit that I did feel a little bit like, okay, the mother part also on another end, like, are you trying to find a mother figure? I did thought about that too, but overall, I really thought it was beautiful. And I think for her, also, her reaction to that is because that's what she prayed for. She had asked God that somebody would see her heart. And the fact that he said that, if I was in her position and had prayed in that direction, and the guy would have said that and spoke of my heart after I specifically prayed about that, I can understand her reaction in that sense. So I think it was beautiful. That, after all saying all that, I have to say I'm not 100% sure about Jason though. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not something ain't clean in the buttermilk. I think that's the expression. I don't know. I'm not saying he's fake, but I know the major question is Kyra a villain? I don't think Kyra's a villain. I do think that she may come across, arrogant or cocky or this or that, or beautiful, or what's the other thing I've heard, like pretty girl syndrome and all of that. I understand. Editing could be pushing in that direction a lot too, but I do think, yes, she have a certain behavior. However, I feel like her reaction is strong for it to just be that. I feel like there's something about, like, and we're probably going to find out at reunion because, but for me, I just feel like there's something, her reaction in how, when Liz was talking and all of that, I just felt like, and even when, she said, I think it's best that we would be friends. The fact that he was asking her, what do you want? Like, as if he cared also. Like, and when she said to him, well, if I had done things differently, would you have answered me differently? Well, clearly he was going to say no. Like, nobody's dumb here. Like, clearly he was not going to say the truth. But I truly believe that, well, first of all, she really liked Jason. It's the one she wanted. And second of all, I feel like she asked that question because she knew that had she handled her card differently, he would have chose her. That's what I think. That's what I think she believed. And I don't think she's wrong about that. I'm not 100% sure about Jason. And I think at the reunion, we might have some clarity, just like last season with Winter and what was her name? The lawyer there. Simone? Was it Simone or Denise? Simone. When at first she mentioned something about Winter and that guy, and then she started crying and all that, and then come to reunion, there was some night meeting up happening. So yeah, I think reunion might clarify or show a lot of stuff. So that's my point on that.
Okay, Fair enough. I'm hearing you on that. We've got one more person who want to add on so she can have their say. Shanice, welcome to the convo. We'll answer the question about the Rose situation right now. The Rose situation with Jason and Liz. But I want to ask you maybe a different question.
Sure.
So, Kyra brought up a good point, right? She made a good point, which is Jason with her didn't bring up celibacy, but brought up celibacy with Liz.
Right.
What's your thoughts on that?
Okay. In terms with, I can't specifically remember him bringing it up with Liz, but I know that Liz is someone that practices celibacy, and from what I understood from watching the show is that he was willing to wait, or he was willing to, go through that process or journey with her. Right? I don't think that was, or at least to me, it didn't seem like that was something that he was doing on his own, like KJ and his sperm retention, whatever. I don't think, it didn't come across like that was something that he was doing on his own, but Jason would have done it for Liz, right? So I think, I think that kind of goes back to him not standing true into who he is, right? Because in that sense, it seems that he's a bit wishy-washy, right? In terms of even when he spoke about with Liz and he said, I made up my mind weeks ago. And then when he spoke with Kyra, he was like, no, I was dishonest about that. So then for me, watching the show, it seemed like then that whole conversation for me, I couldn't trust anything he said because you're just saying that you lied. So therefore, to me, it's like you're somebody that would just say what you need to say to get by, right? And that's how that kind of came across to me. In terms of the rose itself, I did get that kind of, your mother and your... right? Because I'm like, these two women, I was like, who are these? I was curious in terms of who these women were. And then he said his mom and his stepmom. And I guess it validated it and made it special that he only gave it to two women. Because if it was two other women he was in a relationship with, I guess that would have been suspect as well. But it did kind of give off that motherly vibe, as was said by the young lady. But is it that he said he never gave any other women flowers, or he never gave them a white rose? Right? I can't remember specifically. Right? So it's right? So it's like maybe he gave other women red roses or daisies or whatever, and he just has white rose so special for, the top women in his life. But she was, to me, seemed very overly excited, and the fact that he was like, I have something for you, and he came back with it, I was like, okay. But in all, when he said it, it was cute, I felt like, the laughing and everything was disrespectful by Kyra, because like going back to the scenario where she was there with Venetia and Joelle, she wasn't disrespectful. Like she stood there, she was quiet, she didn't say anything, she didn't have a smirk or anything like that when that whole scenario played out in front of her. So now when Liz is talking about her experience with Jason, I felt like it was kind of disrespectful, even though Jason may have been someone that he was interested in. I felt like it was disrespectful. And I also felt in terms of the conversation she and Jason had that day, it felt like if she had said in the moment that she wanted to choose Jason, he would have changed his mind. Because as he said, he wanted his marching orders, right? He wanted to be instructed, that he wanted her to explicitly say, choose me, right? I'm not going with AJ. Choose me and I will choose you. And like he wanted that confirmation from her and she didn't give it. But it also felt like in that moment, they were calculating, I feel like they were calculating like how this was going to look if she chose him right there and then, and like what would really happen. Would he in tune choose me because he already said Liz? And how would that play out in terms of the show and AJ and all those things? So I felt like they were kind of having that silent conversation with their eyes, because the way that they looked at each other in the moment during the conversation was very interesting to me. I felt like they and like like when you talk to somebody and both they all have an understanding and they don't have to say it with words. It felt kind of that way to me. But going back to the whole thing about the rose, it in a sense that to me felt like he was standing in his decision with Liz. when he gave her that rose, it felt like he was standing in his decision with Liz, right? As much as Kyra may have been what he wanted more, he made a choice, and I felt like he was more comfortable with that choice than Kyra was with her choice of AJ.
Good points. Good points. No whatever lies told there. No whatever lies told there. Listen, guys, we have reached the end of the open floor discussions. We've reached that hour. So I know. We've got the super panel coming on. Listen, you guys have been amazing. You've killed it. You've had some real good, deep conversations as well. Opened my eyes up to different things. I know some of you just joined. Do apologize. But I do need Sean, Christian, and Jay to stay on this for me, and then the rest of you, I appreciate you so much. We will get you back on maybe for next week as well, because we've still got more episodes to do. So please enjoy the chat, keep the comments coming, fire it up as well, and we will bring you on again next week. All right, it's appreciated. You get me?
Thanks, Kojo.
No worries at all, man. No worries at all. Appreciate you guys. I'm gonna remove you guys. So thank you. All right. Beautiful stuff. Okay, all right, cool. Let me get the rest of the folks coming through, because I know we've got a few super panelists coming through as well. Let me tell them to come through. Cool. All right, listen, I know the audience hey, the audience do not like the anti-Jason slander out here, you know. The audience are literally on my neck about this anti-Jason slander. They're like, nah, you guys just don't like Jason. And it's like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I like Jason. I'm coming from a dating perspective, and I just think to myself, I think in a normal basis, we'd have never known Jason would have made this choice. This is the real stuff. We'd have never known Jason making Liz the alternate option. And actually, in one of my reviews, I said, a lot of us are second choice. We just don't know it. A lot of us were not the first choice that person wanted, and you were second choice, but you got there, right? But the unfortunate thing is that we're seeing this on our screen. So imagine the person you're dating now, or the person you're married to, told you, I ain't gonna lie to you, you were second choice. Your ego will be bruised, right? So we're kind of seeing it on the screen playing out, and I think that's why I'm having the reaction I'm having. I'm like, in the sense of I'm seeing it, but in real life, a lot of us are second choice. That you're not the first choice person. In fact, the person that they probably wanted is the one that's running away from them. Like, we all have those ones that we're chasing that person. They ain't really want you. You know what I'm saying? It's a long shot. So you know, it's interesting, and I love the fact we've got different opinions today as well. I love the fact we've got different opinions in the comment section as well. You guys are killing it. You came out strong tonight as well. Let me get Jay back onto the screen. Let me get my super panelists ready. I see them, they're loading up. Do you know, I'm interested to hear what Onu's going to say today, because Onu is team Jason. Like, listen, this guy is 10 toes down, like 10 toes down for Jason. Y'all don't really know. 10 toes down, you know what I'm saying? I can't wait to hear what he's going to say. I love this comment. He said, obviously, that she is first choice. Okay, I hear you. Hey, sis, do your thing, because I hear you. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I'm just saying, you just never know. You know what I'm saying? No one's going to tell you you're second choice. No one's going to tell you, when I was chasing you, I had someone else I was chasing, and you weren't the first choice. Ain't nobody going to say that to you, so we never know, which is why I'm humble. I never know. You understand? I never know. All right, let me bring my super panelists on. Onu will join us a little later. I know he will. But yes, I want to welcome my super panelists to the team, to the table. You know what I'm saying? It's good to see you guys, man. It's good to see you guys. Listen, welcome to the stage. You know what I'm saying? The interesting, the delectable, the smart, the intelligent. You know what I'm saying? The finesser. You understand? The one that needs strong men in her life. You understand? She needs a man that's going to take control, you feel me? And lead, you know what I'm saying? In the right way. Okay, lead with the love of Jesus. Okay, all right. She talks sense. That's what I like about her. Straight shooter, talks sense, and always brings a little bit of smoke. You know what I'm saying? This week, I'm not calling her the agent of chaos, because the last time I did that, there was actual chaos. This day, she's an agent of order. That's who we're bringing onto the stage. Welcome Maria to the stage, baby. What you talking about?
Hey Koja, hey Sean, hey Christian, hey Jay. How are you guys doing?
Welcome. Maria, you right, yeah?
I'm doing good, blessed and highly favored. Can't
My
complain.
God. Wait, I can't wait to see what you're gonna say tonight. It's gonna be tight. All right, cool. I want to bring my Ghanaian sister to the stage. You know what I'm saying? You know, she when she jumps off the cliff. Listen, the other week, I gotta shout her out because the other week she came through with some correct smoke. Like I was trying to get my thoughts together. I couldn't get it together, and she came on the stage and just took us all. We all jumped off the edge of the cliff with her that week, man. Do you know what I'm saying? So I always appreciate her, do you know what I'm saying? Because she comes with a different perspective. And sometimes I have to go, I didn't see it that way. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you for that. Always bringing that fresh Kelewele perspective. You understand? They don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? Only me and you know about that. Listen, welcome to the stage, Adjo, baby. Yeah. What you saying,
y'all.
girl?
Hi, everyone. How you guys
Hey,
doing?
sis. Looking beautiful as always.
Thank you,
No
Coach.
worries.
I missed you, Coach.
Oh, you missed me.
Of
But you
course,
didn't call me. Eh?
Good job.
I just want to say that I missed Adjoa so much. Oh my God, I'm so happy to see you.
I know I've been MIA for a bit.
Girl.
Everyone. Hi, Sean. Hi, Christian. Hi, Jay. And
Love
Kisses
that.
Maria.
That's what we're talking about. Love that. Well, I always appreciate, this person when they come on and when they have the time to give us as well, because she works hard, you know what I'm saying? So when she decides to give me even a drop of her time, I'm much appreciated. This is the OG. You understand? This is the original. Do you know what I'm saying? This is the blueprint super panelist. You understand? Every other superhero comes after her, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is the main first, you know what I'm saying? Listen, you gotta give it up for the original Smoke artist, Lola, baby.
Hey guys,
Lola.
Otherwise, been along. Maria, what's
I
up?
cannot wait for you, Lola.
Sean, nice to meet you guys. Yeah, look.
I cannot wait for you, Lola. I need to hear what smoke you've got for tonight. Because I don't know what you're gonna bring tonight, so I'm gonna let you go first. What smoke have you got for us tonight? I know you want to talk about Jason, AJ, and Kyra. So Jason, AJ, and Kyra. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
The trio.
Who you got smoke for?
Should we save the biggest one to last?
Oh, you want to say it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's only right that we save the biggest one to last. Like, she's not a villain; she's human, but sometimes you have to set your good sis straight. I think we should save her to last.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, no worries. My bad.
We should save the big girl to last. What do you want us to? I mean, how you want us to roll this? Like,
well, then I need you to decide that dissect then the KG and Amber situation then.
You know what I think with
it.
those. I still insist. I look at KG right now and I have compassion for him because there's a scene where
compassion.
Yeah, I actually feel sorry for him. When you leave a puppy out all night and the puppy's whimpering, you feel sorry for the puppy, don't you? This is the same situation. So I'm at the point where I actually feel sorry for him. So Amber is either into him or she's playing the game. He's low-hanging fruit. We still don't know what the story is yet. But the truth is, that point where he discovered that she'd been caught, with an entanglement with Ron, he didn't really address it. And because he swept it under the carpet, it keeps coming up. This episode, he comes up again, like, are you still talking? I can't imagine as a man how humbling that is. For a woman you're interested in, you're meekly asking her, are you still having contact with Ron? Come on now. And then when she tells him and she knows she needs to reassure him, and she tells him whatever she told him, dude wants to cry. You know what? Yeah. Won't you feel sorry for that kind of guy? Like, I feel sorry for him. Like, he really is eager to connect with someone. And I think it probably boils down to some kind of trauma he's experienced during dating. Not even the Naya stuff. I definitely don't think it's the Naya stuff. But the fact that he's so eager, because I think sometimes you don't necessarily have to wait for someone to choose you, but you have to be clear if somebody wants you. And if they don't want you, just take your bags away. The fact that he keeps on, and it puts him in such a, I don't want to say feminine position, but it puts him kind of underneath where he has to wait for Amber to reassure him. It just seems strange to me. So all this time, I've just been looking at him like, dude, clowning. But this episode, I actually felt for him. Because even if they do end up together, it looks like Amber has the upper hand because he's always waiting on her, deferring to her, what she wants. And then I think this week gives me some confusion. So our good dude talked about, what do you call it? Semen retention nonsense program. Are you talking about? Didn't he tell us a couple episodes back that he didn't believe in getting married? Now, all of a sudden, he wants to save his energy for marriage. Like, he's acting. I don't know what to tell you, but this is why I feel sorry for him. I feel almost like he's grandstanding and preening just to try and impress Amber at this point. And this is contrary to what masculine energy does. Choose her. She doesn't choose me. Leave it. But he's preening and begging for her attention. That's why I feel sorry for KG. Amber, she's still doing what she needs to do. Amber she's going into the final. Look at this. Amber's in the final. She's just been chilling, watching. And this is what I was thinking Amber was. I actually thought she was going to try and steal Joel or somebody else. But Amber's found herself perchance into the final. I'm still not convinced. And I know the audience really loves them as a couple, or maybe they do, or they're pretending. I don't know how these people are like. I'm not convinced by their sugary sweetness, because real life is not sugary sweet. Real life is real, and I haven't seen anything real in their relationship other than this. Did I kiss Ron by mistake, or did he put his lips on me? That's the only thing they've kind of dealt with. So yeah, with the KG thing, it's a good way to start, because there's still the kind of lukewarm, what's going on kind of thing. That's how I feel about these two. So yeah, I'm not impressed.
I'm hearing you. Appreciate that, Smoke Eyes. Straight up. Aj. I'm scared if I just gonna jump off the cliff. Aj, what's your thoughts on KG and Amber? Are we jumping off the cliff today, or?
Don't worry. Every time I jump off the cliff, I'm just ahead of y'all. That's all it is. Y'all catch up later. So don't worry. So let's go. Amber and KG. Man. KG, I'm with Lola. I really feel bad for KG. I think KG is a pick me. KG's like, who's gonna pick me? Whoever loves me, I love you. And that's problematic. That is really problematic, because you know what? To be honest, it may not necessarily be if he is realistic with what his pool should look like. The pool of women that would want him and that would create a healthy coupling with him. If he's very if he's clear on what it looks like, he'll be okay. Because there are some women who are okay with men who are picnicious or whatever else you want to call them. He'll be okay. But Amber's not it. Okay, because Amber's playing games. Amber's not interested in love. Amber's playing games. Amber just wanted to win. And I think Amber probably realized that KG is my best chance of staying on the show longer than, I can, than I can project for myself. So he hung on, or she hung on, because she knows exactly how KG was rolling with Naya. So if I just feed his ego and I make sure that he's aware that I'm here for him, we're going to go to the end. And that's all Amber's doing. Because even in this episode, the way that she was talking, like, oh, I just gave him something to make him feel secure. Why would you have to give him something to make him secure? Your experience with him should make him secure. Your being should make him secure. Your interest should make him secure. You shouldn't have to give him something to make him secure if you're being fully authentic. And I don't think she is. I don't think she's being fully authentic. She doesn't care. And that's why she goes around kissing people. She didn't even have the decency to tell Chris after she went and kissed old guy. That's because she doesn't care. She doesn't care. She's just out here in these streets having fun. She's having a good time. And KG, if you're going to roll next to me till the end, then that's what we're going to do. But I feel bad for him. I actually feel embarrassed for him, because I do think that people are seeing who he really is, and who he is needs some therapy. He needs some therapy. Yeah.
Duly noted. Appreciate it. Maria, does he need some milk, or are we being a little bit too harsh on KG?
I think Adjo is correct. He is a pick-me. Oh. And he's like Paige. Like, I think that he's so like giving in to everything that Amber is doing to him and throwing his way. He's even passing it off as like, oh, I feel closer to you now that you've told me that you kiss him, even though she didn't tell you and you found out in front of everybody. Like, come on, KG. I mean, you're willing to put up with anything just for what? So you can be with somebody, even if they're treating you like trash or like second fiddle or whatever. So it actually, I'm seeing like Paige energy, like pick me energy in a man that's KG. So I don't know this. And then you bring into the conversation the whole semen retention. I don't know. And I hate to say it, but is it semen retention with women only, KG?
No.
Okay,
Marie,
look.
that's off the
Hear me out.
cliff.
Hear me out. I'm just no. Hear
That's
me out. Hear
off
me out.
the
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me.
That's off the cliff.
No, hear me out. Hear me out. It's because, like, you know, maybe he could like explore more options and everything like that. Like, I think that he might have a little bit of fluidity in there. Like, I don't know. No. But I do think that he brings a lot of feminine energy. That's why I say that. Like, it's a lot of feminine energy for him to like acquiesce so much of his power and agency to Amber and just like be a pick-Misha and go along to get along and like all this type of stuff. It's like he wants to be kept. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, he just gives me this energy, and I don't know, my radar might be going off or tingling a little bit. I don't know. But I just think that that's the case. And when it comes to Amber, like, I just think that she is a supervillain like of this season. Like, the fact that you are even stringing this boy along like this, what she was doing by kissing Joel, kissing Ron, kissing all these other dudes was testing the boundaries with KG, right? Like, he's just receiving everything that she's doing with such positive energy. So now she knows that she can take full advantage of KG, and she's going to continue doing it. It's going to get worse and worse. And the thing is that no one's labeling it as abuse because KG isn't taking it as such, but it is abusive. And I think, like, you're lying by trying to keep him on the show. You know you're not into him. Like, I don't know. I think they're fake. I think they're faking it. I don't think that they're really into each other like how they say they are. And yeah, that's just my thoughts on them.
Appreciate it. I guess my words didn't help in the beginning, did it? Agent of order today, not chaos. Order.
I'm trying.
I appreciate you. Oni. I hope you're there, Oni. I hope you're there, Oni. Oni, are you there? Are you there, Oni? Are you there? Where's your connection on the mad thing? His connection's on the mad thing. All right, cool. Let me get someone else in then. Okay, Jay, what was your thoughts? KG and Amber, what's going on there? What's your thoughts?
I personally agree with all the ladies so far. I don't think it's real. I think what they have is a real friendship. They're like best friends, almost like, oh, you agreed to tell me everything, so you know why you didn't tell me about the kiss or whatnot and stuff. She could have easily told him about that kiss. He was not gonna care. I just really think KG is not trying to be a second-time loser. You already got kicked off the last show. You trying to play the safe bet to stay on this show. She could have told him anything under the sun. She could have said, I had sex with Ron. He'd have been like, oh, okay. Well, you know, so you're royal, do your thing, have fun. And it'd have been okay. He just wants to make it to the end to prove to everybody that he's pickable. Like you say, he's a pick-me. So he wants to be picked. He wants to show everybody to be picked. I'm not mad at Maria's thoughts on the allegations. No. She comes off as a beard. You let your beard get away with a lot of stuff or whatnot. You know.
No.
I don't know. When she said that though, in those moments I look back at those moments at that campfire where they were sitting there and stuff, and it, you know, in some regards I can see where that comes up or whatnot. You know, you're telling you holding out for marriage, which you wasn't for marriage in the first place. You didn't care about it a while ago. All of a sudden you want to have all these kids or whatnot. Now you're waiting for marriage for the kids or whatnot and stuff. This girl's telling you, you don't have to wait for me. She's out here trying to have fun. You know, I'm not surprised that she didn't do anything with Ron either, you know, because she's like, you're not waiting. I'm about to tempt you all the way through. You just gonna ruin my whole career semen retention. I don't know. But you know, it's a little off. The situation is so off to me on both parts. They're just trying to make it to the end. They both made the safe choice. Everybody they probably wanted was chose up prior or kicked off. So they just like, all right, it's me and you to the end. That Will and Jada thing, you know, bad friendship to the end. Like whatever, you know, whatever it is gonna be, we're gonna just survive this out.
Okay, I hear that, Jay. I hear that. Appreciate that. Sure, you know, the ladies are out here, they're kind of insinuating my guy could be gay and that. I'm not seeing that at all. I'm just seeing maybe I'm seeing a brother that maybe has more feminine energy in the way he operates, you know what I'm saying, rather than being gay. But then, like I said, I'm in the UK, so we have a totally different scene when it comes to the down low, man. What's down low? We don't really have that here. You have a gay and you ain't gay here. You know what I'm saying? People are pretty open and honest here. So I don't know. It might be a different market in America as well. So I want to take that into account as well. But that's not my first thoughts. But what's your thoughts? You know, so as a man, you know, we're looking at this. Is that what our thoughts are going to?
So, you know, I'm right there with you. And Maria, I'm surprised at you. Come on. Why are we going there? You know, listen, I don't know what he does behind closed doors. I don't care, but I'm not seeing that. Again, to Kojo's point, I'm seeing him more on the feminine spectrum. And I think if you put Amber together, she's more on the masculine spectrum. So those two could balance each other out. But, you know, I see the fact you don't really see, you know, that intimacy with them on screen. You don't really see a lot of, you know, kissing, cuddles. You see it's light. So I don't know what's really there. Based on what Amber says, I think, you know, I've been hearing in the comments that she found love, and I saw her on, you know, the recent, you know, episode. But, you know, I could see them together. They kind of fit. They got that quirky, you know, hipster, dirty backpack, you know, they can rock out, you know, so I could see them two together. But when I think of AJ, like when I heard him say that semen retention, I just cringed. I was like, bro, what the hell? Where did that even fit in the conversation? Like, you know, like lead up to that. You know what I mean? So I found it to be very weird, but I think that just speaks to his personality. He's really awkward, kind of weird. You know, I don't know why they reached into the dregs and brought him back for this season. I don't know. I don't know what the idea was behind that. Whoever, you know, maybe he has a radio show and they want some more promotion for the next season of Ready to Love. You know, maybe they got a lot of bad press because he got booted off so bad. And, you know, Nia was super nasty, you know, in the way, you know, in her confessional when she, you know, was kicked off. I don't know. But I really don't know why he's back. Whenever I see him on the screen, I'm just kind of like, okay, this guy. So that's my thoughts on AJ.
Okay, appreciate it. Christian, what's your thoughts on KG and Amber situation?
I'm a little conflicted because
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm a little conflicted because I just feel like what people are seeing in KG is the same thing we talked about last week. His desperation, his pick-me spirit, if you will, just comes from a man that wants to be taken care of. I just feel like he wants to be taken care of. And that's why he tolerates all of these strange things from Amber that don't really make sense. I lived in Atlanta, no shade to people in Atlanta, but my gaydar is like A1 after making it out of Atlanta. And I can tell you that my gaydar never went off with KG. So it doesn't go off. I do see the beard-esque thing with Amber, but again, I think that's her just let me back up. I'm not even gonna try to get into the head of Amber. I am not gonna try to understand her. I really don't think none of us do, to be honest. She is a strange individual. And we are not going to understand her really until the reunion and maybe never, to be honest. KG, on the other hand, he's far easier to read. I just think that he, wants to be taken care of. Amber looks like the type of person who's going to do it. He also has some things to promote. And, there you go. So them together, it's just weird. It's just really weird, guys. Like, I don't know. They're strange together because I think it's not genuine. When it's not genuine, it comes off like how it's coming off on the screen. So that's kind of my thoughts on it.
Okay. Marie, you want to add?
I just want to defend my position. And everybody trying to come in my head, it was a question, okay? It was a question. Maybe my radar went off, okay? Just based on my life experiences and seeing different things happen in life. I've seen similar case studies, okay? So I think maybe I'm drawing from a little bit of life experience when it comes to that, but I respect everyone's opinion to disagree. We all have a different radar, threshold, whatever. But I think it was a fair question.
Fair enough. I'll get you. Nothing wrong with that at all. Listen, if your ting tings, it ting tings, isn't it? What can I say? The ting has tinged, didn't it? If it tinged, it tinged, didn't it? If it goes off, it goes off. Okay, cool. So I don't know. There's not much to talk about the KG and Amber situation because there wasn't much video footage actually gave us of the two of them. Even when I go through my notes, I'm like, I had like 3 lines. Like, it wasn't much in terms of what actually happened between them. I'm trying to think if there's anything permanent that happened between them two that are on my mind. Yeah, there was nothing really. Apart from the fact that obviously okay, how do we feel then? Let me answer ladies and that. How do we feel about the fact that she did not want to respect the celibacy or the semen retention that he'd been going for? She said, "Oh, I'm gonna, you're not gonna hold on to that for too long. I'm gonna basically, basically she says, he ain't gonna be able to hold on to that celibacy whilst she's around." Do you know what I'm saying? Was she okay? If this was a guy, ladies, how would we take this if a guy was saying, "Well, girl," if Jason was to say to Liz, you ain't gonna hold on to that for too long if I'm around you. You know what I'm saying? Like, how would we view this if it was a guy? Would it be the same thing? Would it be a different effect? Do you think? You know what I'm saying? Because my first thought was I didn't really care. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, I didn't care. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't care.
Honestly, I felt that's just how I felt. I felt like she was just trying to be cute. Like, to maybe convince him that she wants him. She don't want you, sir. Like, I that's just my, can a woman feel like that? That, oh, I want to, knock your boots off there. You can. But I don't know what, I'm just not getting genuine from their connection. So I felt like she was just trying to, furthermore, reassure him about the wrong thing. So she's, she's laying it on thick. That's what it felt like. Because, there's a double standard. So conventionally, it's not respected if a woman says she wants to jump a guy's bones. And being the DA or assistant DA, whatever DA she's doing, she wanted them. So she does have a professional look that she has to keep. But keeping that in mind, I feel like she was still playing just to pamper him, to make him feel special so he can stay in that box and stop asking all the questions. Because they completely went off topic and she's promising, I'm going to show you, let's go. No, she's playing. Like, the chick is not stupid. She went to school. She's educated, she's smart, she's cunning. And I think what we're distracted by is the little package she comes in. She has a very cutesy face. She had that glitter top she was wearing on that interview with you just to confuse him. And he's all in. So he's an easy mark. So my opinion is that she was just playing up. And now, in a different situation, if a woman is doing that, I think she should get the same kind of smoke a man would get for not respecting somebody saying, I have these boundaries. Think about the example of when the first time Jason and Liz had a date. She shoots it from the gun, and all he said is like, oh, it's gonna be hard, but I'm gonna respect it. That means I care for you. That means I respect you. So I'm gonna respect your boundaries. So if a woman's doing the reverse, she should get the same smoke. But in this situation, I think she's just playing. She's playing to the last. I really want to see how this plays out because I'm not buying anything they're selling.
Hearing you. Not buying anything they're selling?
They're playing.
They're playing. They're clowning. I hear you.
Maybe she wants to get on. You know those TV shows law court. You know, she wants to be like Judge Judy, something like that. Like this could be a platform for her. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. You know?
Maybe a TV show could be after. You never know. You know, never know. People out here, they want to take the opportunity.
She's attractive and she's smart.
And she's a beautiful browning. Love it. Adwa, what's your thoughts on that situation? You know, the fact that she didn't want to respect, you know, the semen retention he wants to do.
I think it was the thing about Amber for me is that because she's playing games, she has a front that she's like she comes with her representative most often than not. But the real Amber peeks through every now and then. I think that was the real Amber peeking through. Like, oh, I don't play that. Like, if that's who you really think that you're getting, like, I'm gonna manipulate the situation. Like, I don't play that. And I think that was the real Amber peeking through. Because she would never go for that. She would never go for a man who wants to be celibate. And even the fact that she used that, to me, it was almost poking fun at him. Right? It was almost to poke fun at him, to say that semen retention, like, she doesn't care for the guy. So anything he says, she's going to try to use that to either further her cause or to find a way to kind of like belittle him, like in a way. And I think that was one of those moments where she was making it, because why would you bring it up at the table and say semen retention and then keep mentioning semen retention, like in a way that was almost like, I don't know. To me, that's how I saw it. I saw it as if that she was poking fun at him and being manipulative to him when she said that I'm not going to respect that. Essentially, that's what he said. I don't respect you. I'm not going to respect your boundaries. That's literally what she said. I don't respect you, and this big boundary of yours, whether I believe it or not, I'm not going to respect it. And it came out loud and clear. And if he didn't hear it, I heard it.
Good points. I'm hearing you. Anu, are you there, sir? Are you alive now? Yes, I see the mic is unmuted. Yes, Anu. Yep, your connection is still doing Ted Riley. Maria, what was your thoughts to boundary setting? I mean, he did state that he wants the semen retention, he wants to keep it as it is, and she decided she said she basically that he won't be able to hold it down while she's there, and he admitted he was looking at her bum, so what was your thoughts?
So I think Amber gives me full predator vibes. Like, I want to expound on Adjua's point about her playing games. Like, she's playing games, so she's seeing everything as a challenge to conquest, right? She wants to make it to the end of this show. That's why she hitched her boat to KG, okay? And so now that she has tested all these boundaries with KG already, like, she already knows, she's approaching it like, he's not gonna be able to withstand it from me, because he's already shown her that he doesn't have good boundaries. He doesn't set good boundaries. So yeah, she sees it as a challenge to conquer. And I mean, we don't see a whole lot of cases of sexual assault and those types of cases on men from women. But I mean, she's treading down a pathway that can lead to something on that side of things if she's not careful.
That's true.
Because what is she going to do? Like, coerce him? I mean, he pretty much took a hard stance on this, right?
It's true.
But even when she was like challenging him about it, you see him slowly giving into, not even slowly, like he's giving into like her, like trying to like convince him otherwise, So KG, this is why he's giving me a little bit of Paige vibes, is because like, you don't have strong boundaries. You're easy to manipulate, to walk all over, and like you're just giving into anything that Amber is throwing your way. And then Amber's over here just taking full advantage and even bragging about it to the ladies and talking about all that. Like, I don't think he told you that to then go spread it to the ladies. Like, that piece of information is a very like intimate part of yourself that you would reveal to the person that you're interested in. Right? I mean, typically. So I just feel like she has shown that she does not care about KG, but KG has kind of laid down to be like her perfect victim. And this is where I want to understand, like, you know, why that is. So yeah, I don't like her saying that. Like, if anyone ever says that they're trying to withhold sex or be celibate, we need to be respecting that. Period.
Honestly. Yeah. And okay, so I think predator is a very heavy word, so I get why the audience might be feeling a certain way, but I'm with you on this. If someone says, because that's what I was saying, if it was flip reverse, right? Because if Liz says now that I don't want to have sex, and we see Jason breaking those boundaries, the comments will be different. It'll be like, oh my God, Jason is trying to coerce this woman into blah blah blah. Will be on his neck. But we don't see the same thing. And that's why I said, even me, I had a bias. When she was saying it, I was like, it's bants, it's jokes. Like, and I do see the bants and the jokes with it, but at the same time, I have to take it seriously in the sense of, if someone has said, because remember, if he's carrying more feminine energy, that's how you get into those situations, bro. That someone has, you know what I'm saying? That you are not able to establish your boundaries, that this is something I wanted to do. Because as much as, and this is going to go deep dark, but when we are talking about sexual assault, y'all are thinking about people jumping in the bush. It's not that. It's not the jumping in the bush. It's not the jumping in the bush. That's the crime watch stuff that we see on TV. That ain't what normally happens. When we're dealing with this in relationships, this is when I say, this is my boundary, and I said no, and you decided to go past the no. That is the big R. Just because I don't want to get, the monetization out here. You get me? That's the big R. When the moment he says no and you go past that boundary, that is now the big R. It's not I was joking, I was pretending, I was just playing with you. You've gone to the big R. That's actually what it is. And it's because most of the time we think of violence when we're talking about people breaking boundaries. So I'm not saying that's what she's done, but I'm saying that does go down that lane when you're saying, I don't want to respect your boundaries. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think people need to be very aware that we can't have it one way when we're dealing with, if it was Liz, and I'm saying Liz because she's a woman, and the man saying, well, if your boundaries are... In fact, there's even some of that aspect with Jason even now. I've noticed this when, I don't know if you saw it at the very end, she intensely turns her cheek when he was going to kiss her. And I was like, oh, I said, Jason, you better stop playing, because she don't want to be kissing on the lips, because she literally turned herself just as he was going to kiss. And I said, okay, so this is what we're talking about. This is the boundaries that we're talking about in against when we're dealing with these situations, that when people are saying this is the boundary, guys, you gotta learn to obey the boundaries, cuz, you know what I'm saying? So it's not saying that someone is definitely doing it, but hey, guys, we are going down that slippery slope, so we gotta be very, very careful. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But anyway, let's bring the convo back, because I went deep real quick. Onu, you've got your mic open. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, thank God, lovely. Welcome on to the conversation. Welcome to the conversation. What are you saying, man?
All right, so let me I said a couple weeks ago, it's more evident today, KG does not have the skill set to deal with an Amber, and it's just coming out night and day. I don't know, whatever his principles are, we just don't know. They change from week to week. And again, the issue I have with Amber is, the guy's celibate, you want to convert him for not being celibate. It's like, what about KG do you like? Because honestly, I don't think there's anything. He's just a vessel that you're able to control the way you want to, like a supervillain. That's pretty much what I said. Stand by it, not changing it. With Amber doesn't have any compassion for KG. I'm just like, it's to the point now I'm getting nauseated even talking about it. And it's just like, you can't treat people like your bonds or your puppeteers. And that's what we're getting with Amber.
Honor, you going in and out, bro. You going in and out. Hello, your connection right now is not stable, bro.
Oh no.
Are you on the ship or something? What's going on?
Oh no.
The Wi-Fi is not Wi-Fi, bro.
No. Oh,
Try
all right,
one
I'm
more
gonna come back.
time. Try one more time. Go for
Hello?
it. Try one more time. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay, so with Amber doesn't have any
Nope,
compassion
nope,
for KG.
nope. It's flipping, bro. It's flipping. Yeah, it's not working, bro. You're on the battlefield, bro. In the battlefield, you know what I'm saying? Just I don't know what you need to do. Try and check it out, see what happens, bro. We'll come back to you, okay? We'll come back to you. I promise. Come back to you, Yoni. All right, cool. Jay, jump in for me, because we went real deep there into the we went into the Atlantic Ocean there and started swimming with the sharks. What's your thoughts on the KG conversation in terms of retaining the semen and her not wanting to obey the boundaries? What was your thoughts?
I thought that was kind of disrespectful on her part, especially saying it out loud. You can think those things like, I'm going to push him to see how far I can go with it and stuff like that. But you don't sit there and just purposely keep joking with a person saying, I'm going to test your boundaries. I'm going to get you over this edge and stuff like that. You're kind of like telling a drug addict, here, take this drug. Here, shoot this up your arm or whatever and stuff like that. Like, come on, you don't know what kind of personal reasons why he chose to do this or whatnot. First, at least ask those reasons. Why are you making this choice like this? Because it could be something serious why he's making this choice to be like this until marriage. Something might have happened. We don't know or whatnot. So it's just like respect the man's boundaries as if you wanted him to respect yours or whatnot. If it's the same thing with Liz and Jason, if Jason can, which he does low key, or whatever, keeps pushing at the issue, eventually Liz is going to be turned off. KG might be the same way. He might be turned off. Now, to be honest with you, do I really see any real connection there? No. So I still look at it as a friend, joking with a friend. I'm going to test you. I'm going to keep pushing you. You're going to be great by the time I'm done with you. If you could withstand me, you're going to be the best. I know you're going to hold out till a marriage. I know you're not marrying me, but I know you will hold out until marriage and stuff. So that's how I look at that. It's just like I'm playing with my friend at this point. Like my friend has a goal to reach. I'm going to help you get you there or whatnot, because I really don't see any real sparks between the two of them that will make her even say, let me keep testing you. If there was real sparks, you wouldn't even have to say it. You'd be rubbing up on that man. You'd be doing all kind of little things on that man that you wouldn't have to announce what you're trying to do. He would get it.
Appreciate. Christian, what's your thoughts, man? What's your thoughts?
I thought her pushiness was real disrespectful. It was real disrespectful. But I do agree that you kind of have to look at it as if they're friends and it's not really that serious, because I don't know. I don't take it that seriously. But I was just kind of thrown off by the semen retention thing. I mean, I thought it was hilarious. I've never heard anyone even call it that before, so I thought that was really, really funny. But I was like, when did you start doing semen retention? Like, what? First of all, what is this? Second of all, like, why are you doing it? Third of all, like, Amber, I don't even think you want to do anything with him anyway. So why are you so pressed about what he's doing with his semen that he's trying to maintain? So I don't know. Again, I just didn't understand that whole thing, but I don't think it's cool to be that pushy on national television about something that he says he wants to do. It's just like, you just look like you want to see if you can control the situation. Like, he says he wants to do this, no, I'm gonna make him do another. It's the manipulation stuff all over again. So that's what I think.
I hear that. Sean,
I have a question too, Kojo.
Go for it, yeah.
Is it that he can't he just does I know you're saying monetization, so the M word, can he not do that as well? Like, can he not pleasure himself? Is that the reason why he frames it as semen retention? Like,
you can't
there
do that.
can't be no ejaculation at all?
Nothing.
Lord have mercy.
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. Semen retention means semen
Just retaining
retention.
all
Nothing.
of it. Retaining all of it.
Nothing.
Okay. All right.
Can I jump in, Kojo?
Yes, you can, Sean. Jump in for the semen retention convo.
Okay. I know a little bit about it. Not a participant. Just want to put that out there. But it's a whole movement, part of like the MGTOW men's movement, where you are preserving your power. So like the idea of every time you release, you are giving up your power. I see somebody said wet dreams. Well, what you can't control that. So it's what you can control, right? So it's, keeping that masculine energy, focusing, staying on your purpose, and that's what the movement is all about. And that's why people do it. Some aspects of it have to do with, there's also this no FAP, community out there, which, alludes to pornography and the M word, right? So that's kind of all looped into there. He didn't really get into, and that was my thing, is he didn't really get into why, like he just kind of like dropped that out there. Like everybody in the whole world knows what the hell that is. So I think that was kind of silly on his part, but not surprising if you see how he's moved throughout, the season. So he should have led with, well, this is why I'm doing it. He kind of like dripped and drabbed little things like I'm preserving my power. But the other part that was confusing with me about this is that he's looking to be ready for love and going into a relationship. Ideally, at this point, Amber is going to be the person in that relationship, right? So he's already said he's not, marriage is not something that he needs to have happen. So, like, are you going to continue semen retention in a relationship? Like, are you guys going to be like asexual? Like, it didn't make any sense. So that part for me was just kind of like, bro, you could have just prefaced it better, explained to her. I love it that the ladies are protecting men. So I love hearing that. But for me as a man, like, she's being flirtatious and playful. Like, that comes with the, I've been celibate at points and times in my life. And there's always women, as soon as they hear that, they say, they want to test the boundary and see how far they can push that. So I think that there was nothing wrong with it. I didn't personally take offense to it. Now, if he had led with, okay, this is the reason why, and there was something traumatic attached to that, then I could see, okay, yeah, she crossed the line. That was a little, out of bounds. So that's my take on the whole thing.
Can I say something real quick? Did somebody say?
Mira's gonna say something.
Go ahead.
Okay, just real quick. I hear what you're saying, Sham, but in our society, we're socialized in a certain way to believe certain things about human interactions, from male to female, female to male interactions, right? And so I get that a lot of men may not have took it as she was pushing boundaries or, being headed down like a danger path or whatever, because you guys maybe not viewing it the same way that maybe a woman would view it. But it doesn't make Amber's actions any better. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because it's not perceived a certain way by the individual doesn't make Amber's actions not bad. And so I feel like this is what leads a lot of men from like a young age. Like, a lot of men get molested and raped and stuff like that at a young age by women. Charlemagne the God talks about how that happened to him, like when he was younger, but he didn't even perceive it as, I just got molested, So I think that part is like where we're trying to highlight, Amber's fault. And also, when you say that he didn't lead with the why, also Amber didn't ask him why. Her response to him was not to find out more, to try to see where he's coming from, because if she actually cared about him and his well-being, she would try to understand that aspect of it. Her first reaction was, well, I'm gonna try to push that boundary. Like, it's almost like she took it as a bruise to her own ego. And so that's where I said earlier, I didn't say she was a predator. I said she was giving me predator vibes, because that is the same type of mindset that a predator would have. She's preying on his semen or, his, sex or whatever. So it's the energy for me. It's the vibes that she's sending off that I think that it's a little bit more weighty than maybe a lot of people in society may be perceiving it.
Okay. Lola, go for it.
So, you know what? Like, yeah, I'm not necessarily Amber's, lawyer, judge. I'm not a fan, but I honestly think the chick was just kidding around. She's being silly because in this society, the man is viewed as the pursuer. So it's a compliment to him when the roles are reversed, particularly for a man like this who is more in touch with his feminine side. I really see her as kidding. Now, if you want to be serious and say, okay, if it was really reversed and it was true, would we be offended? Yes, we'd be offended. But honestly, would she really be in that strength, doing that, pursuing that in that energy in front of a camera crew? I don't think so. I think she was just being silly. I really do think she was just being silly. That doesn't excuse, if she offended, but the person she was directing it to wasn't offended, to be quite frank. So it really looked like he got the energy in which she was giving it to, because they had this playful bat. In fact, that was probably one of the less awkward moments they had, the playful thing, because she's like, yeah, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm cha-cha-cha. Like, I don't want to say we know they're not doing anything because we don't know, but it really just seemed to be just the energy in which they were playing, because they need something. This is a show. They need airtime. And so I feel like they're both in agreement with this silly little scene. That's all. But if we want to use it as an example, as respect people's boundaries, we can do that. But I don't want us to. Yeah, I've been guilty of calling people different kind of names on the air, but I felt I had more information, and I was just turned off by the in which he portrayed himself. I'm sure if he sees me in a dark alley, he will hit me. But in this situation, really, Amber's like 4'9". I don't know, I'm just kidding. And she's like, 80 pounds soaking wet. Not to say that she can't be a predator, but in this situation, I really doubt that's what she was going for. I think she was just trying to be funny, but at the same time, she could be socially awkward. She's never been that it girl, which is why she's able to move around in the darkness around the circumference. She's never been the popular girl. So I think that's all she was getting with. So I don't want us to take her all the way there and make it heavy. And she may have other things going on with her, but I think in this scene, she's just been silly. She's trying to make him feel good about himself, distract him from the fact that she kissed someone and wasn't going to tell him. That's all I think. I think that was the purpose of that scene. That's all I think, because I think there's also responsibility on this show. Would they show that if they thought there was some undertones? Because it's all about advertising. Same way, Kojo, you're talking about, monetization. The same way Own Network and Ready to Love isn't trying to lose, viewers or sponsorships. So they won't be pushing that kind of agenda. So clearly, both people who kind of looked at the clips, everyone that's gone through probably said, these people are just kidding. Let's put it in there because it's cute. Because you see girls, if they're the ones to pursue it, it's cute for a guy. That's what I think. I rest my case.
I definitely hear that. So I think maybe this will be another conversation for another time. We can get a panel on this, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm actually involved with dealing with sexual violence and stuff, and I have you'd be surprised, a lot of clients who deal with this, and it's not crazy madness like someone grabs you. This is why I keep saying it's not. We get educated that it's someone grabbing you from the bush. And I know some people in the comments are like, yeah, no. And I'm like, listen, you until you start speaking to people who have gone through this, you won't see it. And you'll see it as a joke. If I came and slapped your ass and said, I'm just joking, I'm like, well, you know how the lads are.
Well, that's not a joke. That's not a joke.
No. You see, now you said it's not a joke.
No, but you
now
tap
said,
my
I'm
butt,
joking.
like you put your hands on my
butt.
But
no, I'm joking. And the mandem, this is how we joke. We mandem in the office. Sometimes, if you run white people, listen, when you're around them, listen, they would grab each other's balls. That's what they be doing. They would do it as a joke.
If
right?
they're giving themselves permission to do that, then
but no, they don't. This is the point. It's a joke to them, and this is what I'm saying. That even though it's a joke, and I'm with it, and I definitely believe that she was joking. What I'm saying is that the wider conversation of this is that in joking in that moment, though, it may seem harmless. Just like what us men, oftentimes when we're joking and doing office jokes, sometimes we're not aware that when women are around, that's uncomfortable jokes we're making, People make some uncomfortable jokes. They're not even doing anything. They're just making uncomfortable jokes, and you won't realize. And so what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that Amber is definitely doing that. I actually agree. I think she was pretty much joking, right? But I'm saying you have to be so careful.
It's a good segue. It's a segue to use
it's a good segue to have that conversation in future. Okay. That joking about that is inappropriate, because if I'm a man and you tell me your boundaries are you don't want to have sex, and I go, yeah, but I'm gonna make you have sex, you are definitely not gonna look at it as he was joking. You are not gonna look at it as I'm joking.
Yeah, that's heavy.
The way I carry my ding dong, you're not gonna what? You're gonna look at it.
And that's what the double standard is, right? Like I feel like everyone is just like giving Amber a pass because she's a girl and the roles are reversed. if it was a guy joking like that with Liz, like say if that was Jason's approach to Liz's celibacy, we would all be smoking him right now. So why is it we have a different standard for Amber? Yeah, it's a joke, but there's a truth in every joke. And we're just saying that this is the gateway into a side of things that we don't want to be in. You know what I'm saying? Like having that type of mentality, it's creep status. So I just think that we shouldn't just give a pass to Amber just because she's a girl and KG didn't take it that way, whatever. I think that we should just be careful when it comes to someone saying, I want to be celibate, and we should just be respecting that. Like, you shouldn't be trying to make somebody change their mind on something like that.
By the way, it's editing, so we don't know, do we? All right, cool. Let's move on to the next topic before people start shooting us. Let's move on to the next topic then. Lord, I know they're smoking us already in the comment section. But I appreciate everyone's viewpoint. Honestly, I do. And I think, like I said, I love the fact we have different viewpoints. It helps us all learn. So I love it. So we had Joel and Venetia. I don't know what else I can say. Okay. I felt like the first kiss they had was a little bit awkward already, and then they had another kiss this time, and and the way she grabbed his cheek, I said, darling, if you don't release his cheek right now, I said, let his cheek breathe. Like the second one they had that day, that scene looked a bit more natural, but the first one, again, it just felt uncomfortable a little bit, and I don't know. It's almost like two actors who haven't practiced this kissing scene, and it's like y'all don't like each other or something, or he's got bad breath or something. Like something's not quite. And it may just be me. It may just be that I'm looking too deep into it. And
it's not you. It's not you, sir. Okay. It's not you. That chemistry we noticed from the beginning. I don't know where it went. It's almost like I was imagining it. You know, I said I went back to go and look at it. Just like I was like, maybe I imagined it because I don't know where it is. This week was a little better. Like they're acting like they're 85 instead of 140, but it wasn't what we saw. Like, and then there's still that question: what transpired? What happened? What fizzled? You know, is somebody not acting anymore? I don't know. Have they run out of energy because they're at the final stretch? I don't know, but it was a little better. They had that stupid little one-on-one. Tastes good. I don't care if it tastes good, but. The only time where I saw maybe some genuine kind of chemistry was the last scene where they had the little 4 tables and you could see them pecking off to the side. I know some people don't carry on camera, and so you don't really get to see things. But I don't think it can ever erase that awful, awkward kiss they shared in the ranch. So they're a little better now, but I'm still not convinced. Like, I feel like that, I don't know, I would love them to prove me wrong, because I think at the end of the day, even though we talk about them and say good or bad things, everybody likes to hear a good story. Everybody likes a comeback story, but I'm just not seeing it. I'm not. Like, they're trying really hard. Like, you know, you think about it, that she was betrayed. He betrayed her, both in picking Kyra, whether he was joking or not, and then also not revealing it to her before somebody else revealed it to her and publicly embarrassed her, humiliated her. So that's 2 things, 2 sins is committed. Can she forget about it? I don't think she's forgotten yet, but maybe she's trying to work her way towards it. Maybe that's why the chemistry is off, but it seemed the chemistry was off even before the revelation came. The chemistry seemed to be off on his end, but now it's also off on her end. And so they're just uncomfortable. You know how you see in the movies when people kiss and they're trying to be awkward, and instead of the heads kind of turning, they both kind of like they bang teeth, and that's what it still looks so awkward. I'm not seeing a change. I don't know, folks, if there's any, and everybody keeps saying the same thing, and that means something. Oh, they're like the old married couple. No, they're not like the old married couple. They just met a couple weeks ago. How are they the old married couple? Like, that's not a compliment. But they're probably going to hang in to the end. I think the truth, the truth in everything will be after the reunion, like, we find out, are they still together? Then I'm like, oh, okay, maybe she did forgive him, because there is something to forgive. He needs to earn back her trust because he betrayed her. So definitely the trust hasn't been earned back in this short period of time. Maybe that's what it is, but there's definitely a disconnect. You remember, if you think about the scene, and it keeps coming to me, that time when she came to see him in his house and he hugged her and said it was like Mardi Gras, blah, 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 blah. Yo, that was what I remember. They're not doing that right now. They haven't had that kind of chemistry in a while. So yeah, they're doing okay. Not as bad as last week, but it's not great. That's all.
Appreciate it, Lola. Appreciate it. Vibes as always. Oh no, I don't know if your mic's working. Is your connection okay now?
I'm connected okay. I reset the divider. How does that sound?
Okay, I think
Hello?
you might be right. Try and see what happens.
ABC one two three. ABC 123.
Okay, I think you might be all right still. So, okay, we're talking about Venetia and Joel's connection. That seems to have lost chemistry. You know, the
I
seems to have
mean,
lost
I
momentum.
kind of agree with Lola. Like, I mean, Joel's playing with Vernisha. Like, I just really, I wish that we could just like put him to the gasket, put him to his feet to the fire, and just have him explain why. Because it just his interactions doesn't seem like he's interested. I feel like he's wasting her time. He's just there for airtime and clout, and just like I don't know how much longer he can pull this thing off. I wish he would just be honest with himself, just say, "Hey, I'm not interested. I want to pursue other interests or pursue other avenues, ventures, etc., and just move on." But it's just like the quality of the dates have gone down, the interaction has gone down. It's like I look at them, I don't see a happy couple. I have no reason to be invested in their future. So, I mean, that's all I have to say.
Appreciate it, Oni. Appreciate it. Sean, let me get you in. What's your thoughts in regards to this situation with Joel and Venetia, man? What's going on there, man? The old boy just lost all the energy, all the spice, all the energy for Vern all of a sudden, man. You know, baby got back and he was talking about all this stuff. Baby all good, baby all this. And suddenly, brother, kisses are lacking passion, bro. What's going on?
So, I mean, I think, you know, and they kind of had this, they kind of alluded to this when they went on that vacation and they stayed away. And they both were kind of playing coy about what happened when they spent the night together. But you know, if I was a betting man, I would say that they you know, they did the do. And then, you know, his interest kind of waned. He got what he got the catch, and then he's just kind of like, okay, settling in and playing the game out to the end. That's kind of what I see, because you know, if you've seen his personality throughout the episodes, he's a real expressive guy. You know, he's not shy. He's very, enthusiastic, touchy feely, all of that stuff. And then for him to kind of back off like that, sometimes you see that, and it's not that it was bad. It was just maybe kind of like, okay, I got the prize per se. And now I'm just kind of like stepping off and I don't know. So I'm kind of seeing that, that could be an option. Or the other thing, maybe they're just, made a pact to not really, put so many things on Front Street for the camera, and everything is behind the scenes. But from what I see, I think like if I had to really guess, I think, his interest is kind of lost. And once the show is over, he's gonna go do his thing, and she's gonna go do hers.
Hearing you. Okay, appreciate it, Sean. Jay, talk to me, man. What you saying, man?
Yeah.
Baby?
As my New Orleans brothers say, baby. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right, for real though. But seriously, he has fallen off since something with the friends. When the friends came, he's been off since then, to be honest with you. He has never came back to Vernisha the same way. He likes to make excuses on why he chose everybody else and that she was still his first pick no matter what or something. But something happened at that point with the friends. I don't know if it was between the conversations with the friends, the conversation afterwards, or that whole thing that they tried to explain to us as the not calling for 3 hours deal or whatnot. But whatever it is lingering between the two of them, and they just can't get like this because of that or whatever and stuff. I don't know if it was anybody else noticed it, but that last attempted kiss on the couch, he leaned back. She went in and he leaned back. I was like, whoa, okay, something is totally off on that part right there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, brother does not try to kiss you any chance that he get. He'll fill up on you all day long and something like that, but he is not trying to kiss you at all. So I don't know what's going on. He don't want no connection. I know they like to say that kisses bring a deeper connection and stuff, but he don't want that deeper connection with her for whatever reason. She done rubbed him the wrong way, and he is off. And trust me, my New Orleans brothers, when they want you, they baby, sugar, honey, hey dog, every 5 seconds, they on you, charming you down and stuff. So when that charm stopped for her, I was like, that's it. He's checked out. I don't know. He's just trying to ride this wave to the end and stuff. And so I feel bad for her because at reunion, we're going to see. I don't think they're going to still be together at all.
Hear that, Jay? Thank you very much. Christian, what are you saying? What's your thoughts, baby?
I don't know if it's just me, but they're way too comfortable together without the actual chemistry, and I feel like that's really weird. It was two things: her yelling at him from inside the house, yelling outside the house to tell him to come in. Like, wasn't that this episode when she was that this episode?
What when
telling him to come in when he wasn't just like yelling at him.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I'm like,
come in.
Yeah, I'm like, why is she yelling at him like he's one of her kids? It was just really weird how comfortable she was to do that. Like you guys are still dating. This is like week 3. You should get up and go to the door and let him in the door. And also when he said like, yeah, we're just gonna see where this goes. It's like, sir, what do you mean we're gonna see where this goes? Like, that's not the point of the show. Like, we know where it's going. It's going nowhere. You're supposed to make a definitive decision. Like, are you guys gonna be together or are you not? We're not like seeing where this goes. You're too grown for that. So I don't know. I agree with Lola. This episode was way better, or somewhat better. I don't know. But the whole time I was watching it, I'm like, why is it better? Did they make a pact for it to get better? Is it actually better? And then I saw little positive things. Like, you know, when they were all standing around the little table and Kyra and AJ were looking forced and miserable. And Liz and Jason were looking like they've been together for 5 billion years. And then it flashed over to Vernisha and Joel. And I thought they looked so cute together. Like, they were really vibing, and it seemed like it was a very authentic moment where they looked like really happy together. And I was like, okay, that's a little sparkle of hope. But then you had other parts where I'm like, it still feels forced and like they're lacking a bit of chemistry. So I agree with the other panelists. We're gonna have to wait and see, because that type of vibe that he was like throwing at her in the beginning of the season is not there consistently anymore. I did see a shift, like they said, after the meeting with the friends. I don't feel like he's been right since then. So we're definitely gonna have to wait and see. And someone said it could be editing. It could be editing. You know, who knows? But for Vernisha's sake, it would be cute if they end up together. But I don't know. Joel just seems like he's really wishy-washy. So
I don't know how you edit that kiss, but I hear you still.
I don't know. Probably not. But.
Adwa, talk to us, man. Joel, Venetia, man. Yo, what's going on right there, man? You know what I'm saying? I want to jump off the cliff today. Go on.
Let's go. Hopefully you're courageous enough. Let's go. So, Joel lost interest. Okay. Joel lost interest somewhere around the friend meeting. And I agree with Jay. There was that comment of clinginess that was mentioned, and it kind of stuck with him a little bit, to the point where even when he met up with her ex-boyfriend, he asked the ex-boyfriend, like, oh, so she clingy, huh? And obviously she's not. But see, when you don't like someone as much as they like you, and they're in your space, it comes off a little clingy, right? There are people that are clingy. Don't get me wrong. But if you don't like someone as much as they like you, sometimes you can misinterpret their actions as being clingy. And for the ex-boyfriend to validate that, nah, she's not clingy, but somehow you felt validated when your friend mentioned clingy, that to me lets me know that you do see her as clingy, which brings me to the conclusion that you don't like her as much as you make it seem that like you do. So he lost interest there. 3 hours, you don't send me a text, you don't send me nothing. Like, come on. That right there shows also that he was not really that interested. I just think that he realizes that he can make it to the end with this girl. This is a story that everyone's buying. This is a story that Vernicia's buying. And so he's just hanging on until the end of the show. I think V also realizes, like, nah, there's something off here. I don't really like this guy, but why not? there's going to be airtime. I don't know if they're getting paid. And if they are, even if it's $5, there's an extra $5 in my pocket. So she's hanging on too. There are parts of her that do believe, or there are parts of her that are hopeful, I should say. There are parts of her that are hopeful that something will turn up from this relationship. But I do think that she also has reservations because she realizes that he is shady. He is not someone who's going to ever make her feel secure. The words are not matching his actions. And so she also probably is just feeling like, you know what, why not? Let me just ride this to the end. Because there's some good enough there that she can be hopeful, but there's not good enough there that she can be all in. And that's what you see with their interactions. The kisses, yeah. No, there's no chemistry in the kiss. The words sound sweet, but there's no chemistry in the kiss. It's forced. So that's just what we see on the screen.
Hear that? Maria? Joan Venetia, baby.
I remember their conversation on the bed when they were, I guess it was the morning after, like, the ranch cottage thing or whatever, where they shared the room. Something that Vernisha asked Joel, she was like, so what did you, like, learn from this experience? You know, all of that. And his response was like, I didn't really learn anything, you know, whatever. And then she responded saying, well, I learned X, Y, Z, da, da, da. Or like she said, I learned that we can pretty much get through anything or something like that. And I just feel like Vernisha needs to do a better job at like reading the signs that Joel is giving her. And I feel like right now she's trying to force like this square relationship into a circle, and it's not fitting. But I do think that there's an element of, you know, they realize that this is how they make it to the end, is to just stick with each other because there's no other options for either of them to choose. And I think that Joel is riding that wave, and I don't think he really wants her like that. I mean, the chemistry on screen has gone down so far from that first part. And I agree with everyone. I mean, everyone pretty much said everything, you know, ever since they planted the whole clingy thing in his mind. He can't get it out of his head. But remember, he was didn't he kind of diss her before then with the whole standing her up on the date, or was it after that? No, it was after that. Okay. So I don't know. I think, yeah. I just hope that he doesn't do all this with her and lead her on and like completely lie to her and sell her dreams and then shatter her heart at the end. So I got my eye on Joel. Like, yeah.
I'm hearing that. No, I definitely hear you. There was a comment that she made. She said she's trying to be softer and less aggressive. And when she made that comment, I said, what? What do you mean trying to be less aggressive, darling? What does that mean? Like, and I was like,
Is she apologizing for cornering him and making him accountable for his poor behavior? Maybe trying to make the peace? Because yeah, I remember her saying that, and like, okay, they didn't show everything, but what she did was she held him accountable for his poor behavior and wanted him to apologize and say, yeah, I did this, I'm sorry, and give an explanation, as opposed to pretending. Because remember, he didn't even, it took him 2 tries to say, yo, I'm sorry. Like, he was acting like a child, and this was a side of Joel I hadn't seen. He's always very manly and da-da-da, and he just couldn't get it out. And I think her insistence not accepting that is that what she was apologizing for, because she was firm and she was insistent. Other than that, I haven't seen her be anything but just kind of, you know, just nice and friendly. But with that, she was fixed, and I'm with her because he betrayed her. That was a huge betrayal. I don't know how you could play it down, like, and the fact that it took him that much to come out and say, oh, you know what. And they kind of dragged it over the end of the day. And of course, with editing, we don't know how long it took. But they did the first time, she went out mad because he couldn't say, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have, like, he couldn't cop to it and be accountable for his poor behavior. It was the second time after KG spoke with him, then they now find she's still chopping with him. So she's still giving him a chance to apologize. And then finally brings that out. And some strength was required for that. So I hope that's not what she's apologizing for, but she required that. And I think at this time she's realizing that the NG, there's been a shift. And so maybe she's trying to she's hoping. And that's what we all do. She's hoping. And I can't be mad at hoping to keep the dream alive, but never settle for someone who doesn't want you. So let's just see. I don't want to jump the gun and say he don't want her, but it looked like he don't want her. Like, how many times should we say it? But I'm not saying he doesn't, but it looked like he doesn't.
It does look like he don't want her, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you.
Like,
It does
he's
look
just
like
trying to get to the final. Like, he wants to drop another music video. I don't know what he wants, but he don't want V. That's just my personal opinion. These are the views based on me watching the edits that were aired on no network this season. Thank you very much.
is the editing for me. So we're now gonna move on to the anticipated conversation. Okay, the stuff where it gets touchy, the stuff where it gets excitable, the stuff where you guys are gonna have your opinions. I know. This is that part of the show. We're gonna talk about Kyra, AJ, Jason, okay, and Liz. All right, now let's break down. I mean, there's not much to break down of Kyra and AJ, but let's break down the Kyra and AJ situation. AJ decided to save her. Said, I like holding your hand. You understand? You know, I want to be able to see where we can go. You know? He said some really lovely Shakespearean words as well while I was sitting down at one point too. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know he was a poet. Shout out AJ, okay? Because I want him to come onto the show. And then obviously, you know, we see her diverge from the plan. So I wanna get you guys' thoughts on the AJ and the Kyra situation. Christian, you ready to go? Because I know you want to defend your girl, so go for it.
No, I was actually about to talk about AJ real quick.
Okay, go for it.
I want to give AJ some props today because everyone has been pretty hard on him. I done talked about his not liking his beard. I done said some things, but AJ did what Jason refuses to do, could never do, won't do, can't do. He made a decision for him, and he didn't give a crap about whether Kyra was going to choose him. He's like, I'm saving her. I don't care if she want to be saved. Okay, I'm going to save her. And I think that's pretty dope thing to do. I feel like AJ and Kyra, for whatever reason, Kyra doesn't seem like she wants AJ. She seemed like she wanted him before, and now she seems like she doesn't want, you know, she seems very lukewarm towards him. But I think it's dope that AJ decided that he was going to pick Kyra, regardless of whether she was going to pick him or not. I do feel like he's going to be looking at her sideways when this is played back, when he sees that after he kept her on the show, she's running behind, you know, Jason. But then maybe he won't be surprised because he knows the type of person he saved. He knows that she was wishy-washy from the beginning. And maybe he's okay with that. I feel like a real man will pick you and let you figure it out. He's not waiting to see what you're going to do. So I want to give him his props for doing that. And I didn't see any greater connection between Kyra and AJ, especially not at that time they were standing at the table. That felt really awkward. I actually wanted to hide under my computer screen when I was watching it. So I was like, oh guys, like this doesn't look good. Like it doesn't look as good. It wasn't given what it was supposed to have gave me. I wanted more. I wanted them to come together and give us a love story, and it didn't give us that. But that's where I'm at. I wanted them to be something that they're not, but I do appreciate AJ taking a stance because Jason could never.
Why are you always on Jason's neck, Christian? Why are you on Jason's neck? What has he ever done to you? Huh?
It bothers me.
Oh man. Okay, I hear that. Jay, what you saying? Oh, Lola, you've opened your mic, Lola. You ready to go?
One little thing. Yeah, I hear you, but you know, with the AJ thing, I want you to go back and look at it. Before he said, I changed my mind, he said, do you want to roll with me? Do you want to do this with me? Because first of all, when he said your journey has ended, then he held a hand. You're going to go with my hand. Okay, monologue goes on, dialogue goes on. But then it gets to the point where he say, you know, Jason has chosen. Do you want to do this thing with me? Then she nods reluctantly. and then he says, "Okay, I've changed my mind." I never want to give AJ smoke, but he didn't do that by himself. He verified with her first before he jumped. He didn't jump with his parachute. He first confirmed, because I went to play it back, because I've been here now. Went back, he said, "Do you want to do this for me?" She says yes. Then he says, "Good, I've changed my mind." And then they head off into the sunset for just 10 minutes before everything crashes down. So what I will do is, what I will give AJ points for is that he was willing. He knew that he didn't want Alexis, or Alexis was his backup. And he reconsidered the fact that, you know what, he wanted to give this thing with Kyra a chance. I'm not saying he's in love. I'm not saying he's all of that. But the thought of what she represented, of what he liked, he was willing to give it a chance. But he did do, maybe not as bad as Jason may have done in the beginning, but he did do something similar. He verified before he took back his "you're going home." So I want us to be clear on that. He didn't just do that unprompted. He definitely verified with her. But I'm still giving him points for still being man enough to say, "You know, I changed my mind. You want to do this with me? Yeah, let's do this. Let's go." Both of them are kind of doing the same thing, only that AJ was probably a little subtle with his, not as, "Okay, tell me what to do, da 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 da." But this week, I totally enjoyed what I saw. So if we go down to AJ talking to Alexis, you know, Kojo, when you did that interview with D'Angelo, her husband, he described a woman we had not seen. For the first time, episode 11, I saw little glimpses of the woman he described. She gave us a word. She said, "You know what? When I now begin to love myself as much as he loves me, and I see myself the way he sees me, then that person who's for me will show up." Sis, you didn't say this all season. You're busy tearing queens down. But the last, right before she meant to go home, she finally talking that she has some sense. So hopefully she's learned a lesson. So that was good to see. That was a nice send-off for her, because it was graceful, and it was, hopefully some people got something from that. Because for throughout the whole time, she's been tearing queens down. Like, in order to prop herself up, she'd say something nasty about this one, say something, but then she now acknowledged, in her tears, she acknowledged that, you know what? Seek the righteousness of God first, and then everything else will follow. That's sis, I can't be mad at that. That was a beautiful exit. So Alexis, queen, I'm proud of you for that exit. Moving on to Liz. You know what? Liz is Liz. Liz has always been one of my favorites.
Wait, Liz, wait. Don't go ahead, Lola. Save the smoke. Save it. I want you to save it. Don't waste all the smoke yet. I know you want to go the Liz and the thing.
So who we're just staying on?
Huh? We're still. We can do Alexis, AJ, and Kyra. Well, I'll let you speak them in a sense.
Okay, so we're going to Kyra already? You want to do Kyra now?
Well, hold on, Kyra. You smoked enough. I want you to hold the smoke. I need you to come. Hold the smoke. All right. Hold the smoke. I appreciate you. Maria, talk to me. AJ, Kyra, Alexis. Hit one of the three. Go for it.
I agree with Lola on the AJ situation. Not only did he verify with Kyra first, I think he came to that meeting already knowing what his decision was going to be. He was going to choose Kyra the whole time. I think that he wanted to make her think that she was about to go home, because he was claiming his power position in the dynamics. He already knew that Kyra was his only, she would have to depend on him to make it to the end of this show, because he had already gotten his reconnaissance, his information from Jason, okay? And he knew Jason chose Liz. He even told Kyra that, and all of that. So Kyra, she's thinking that she's playing the game, that, she's stringing these guys along, but these guys have already figured it out. She's kind of a little bit a step behind. So I just feel like Jason, he didn't make a AJ, he didn't make a grand gesture. He didn't confidently come out there. He strung Alexis along all the way up until he made that decision. And that's the position that Kyra wanted to be in, right? She wanted to be in the position where she strung both of these guys along all the way up until she's forced to make a decision. And then she would have to choose Jason. I think she wants to choose Jason all along. But remember, when you're playing the game, like people shift positions. And so the whole time she knows that she wanted to choose Jason, but she wanted to keep both options together at the same time. But the thing about the game is there's a certain window where, yeah, you play hard to get, right? You create the intrigue, the mystery, but then there's a certain threshold. I don't even want to say time frame, but there's a certain time where you have to start giving reassurances in order to keep people strung along and under the influence of your prowess or whatever, right? So like you weren't giving anyone any reassurances, including Jason. And so that's what that whole conversation with Jason and her was about. He was trying to get her to like, you know, give him at least something to hold on to, and she gave him nothing. I mean, I know she's like, well, you know, I keep saying you're my number one and all of this type of stuff, but you're not acting like that, number one. And I don't think that you've said that definitively, like ferociously. And, you know, I don't know. I just don't think that she's been super open with how she really feels about Jason. And so she wanted to keep AJ in the wings because they have this whole power dynamic of a situation going on with their interactions with each other. I think that there's a little bit of toxicity with it because AJ sees Kyra as a way to redeem himself and his manhood. I don't even think him choosing her was because he really likes her oh so much. I think he just wants to prove that, like, oh, I'm not El Cheapo after all, or, you know, I'm going to redeem myself with this girl who tried to, you know, throw me away the last time. You know, I'm going to show her I am a man, whatever's going through his head. I think it's more about validating his own ego and, you know, all of that than it is about establishing a strong relationship with Kyra. And Kyra even said, like, she thought that Jason would, you know, handle her feelings better and all that. So Kyra, you knew you wanted Jason this whole time, but you wanted to feel like you were in a power position with AJ to make him, you know, chase you or whatever after he, you know, messed up in the past and all of that. You wanted to see how hard he would try to win you back over because it's flattering to you. It feeds your ego, Kyra. Like, I get it, you know? So look, yeah. So that's their whole dynamic. I think she's gonna be, I don't think she really likes AJ, wants to be with AJ. She's gonna be kind of miserable. I don't really see them lasting that long.
Good points, Maria. I appreciate it, man. Solid. Jay, what are you telling me, man?
Okay, first of all, let me clear the smoke from Lola because she done took all of my thing. Let me air it out real quick so I can think up in here. No, I mean, I agree with Lola definitely that this was the one moment in this whole show of the show being what it's for, designed for, people taking risk on love. Both parties in this situation is taking a risk. AJ is taking a risk with somebody that's clearly into somebody else. And Kyra is taking a risk on somebody that is clearly into somebody else or whatnot. So we have these two saving each other on a risk factor. Do they like each other? I think there is some chemistry there. There's some like there between the two of them. Will it last a long time? That's left to be determined. It will depends on how they both open up over the future. If they continue to talk outside of this whole situation. But what I did respect from AJ in the moment was him actually opening up and being vulnerable, because there is that chance that she still could pursue Jason, which we clearly see that in some regards she does or whatnot, and not choose him at the end if Jason gave her any time of day and whatnot. I think in the moment, let me take this back. I respect Kyra for not letting the show push her decision. Because this is, in the real world, if I'm dating two people, I'm going to keep going until I finally make a concise decision on one of the two. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I got a month to decide between the two of you who I'm going to choose. No, I'm going to keep dating you until I figure out, okay, you're the one for me or whatnot. And unfortunately, they're on a timetable in the show and everybody's like, I need an answer now. I need an answer now. I need an answer now. And it's like, no, I don't know for sure. You're giving me shaky vibes over here, and I'm still unsure because of our past over here. I don't care for both or either one of you, but these are the options that I have on this show. Same with AJ between Alexis and Kyra. He likes Kyra just a little bit more than he liked Alexis. I don't think he likes either one of them. That would be his number one pick if he had to. But they're the only two that's left on the show. So let me just go with the more, I like the one that I like a little bit more. I like this chocolate a little bit more than that chocolate. So I'm going to go with this one. That's all I see on those two situations and whatnot. But like I say, I respect the fact that in these moments, this is what you do in a relationship. You're being vulnerable. And I respect them both being open enough to do that, at least for our viewing pleasure.
Appreciate it. Sound. Sean, what you got to say to me, man? What you got to say to me?
So, a lot to digest, but I would say, I definitely don't see AJ and Kyra together, and one of the things that kind of stood out in the back of my mind, I know we have all this talk about their Kyra and AJ's first date and he walked out on the check, but then I don't know if everybody also remembered when her ex came on, he mentioned that she had problems managing her finances too. So the two of them together are going to be a mess. Bills ain't going to be paid. Lights are off. They ain't going to be able to figure it out. So I think that's just a wash. What I think the ultimate plot twist would have been if AJ should have just didn't select either one of them, self-eliminated himself, and walked off the show. That's what I think he should have done at the end of the day, because he really is not feeling Alexis Sky. Unfortunately, this wasn't her moment, and she said it, beautifully at the very end. So he should have walked off. Him and that's it. And I felt like Kyra, she tried to play the game, and I love how it all played out, because when you play the game, that's the risk you run, and sometimes you wind up with egg on your face. So I hope that was a lesson. We all need lessons. I've had my fair share, and I hope she takes this as a lesson. Unfortunately, what we're seeing now with how she's still moving, she ain't learned nothing yet. She's, flip-flopping, trying to get closure from Jason. Closure for what? I don't know. He didn't pick you. He's with Liz. Move on. Move on where your pastures are greener. But no, she want to keep looking back, driving, and looking in her rearview mirror instead of the out of her windshield. So I think, unfortunately for her, wish her the best. But I think AJ should have just self-eliminated himself, went on his merry way, and let the rest of the couples just figure out their journey.
Good points. Good points again. Appreciate that, Sean. Adwa, you want to jump off the cliff?
Oh, that's it. So, here's the thing. When it comes to AJ, I don't think AJ was really being present the whole time. This is the first, maybe last episode, I saw a little bit of him coming out, but this was the one episode, and the reason why I'm here, where I felt like there was some level of sincerity and realness and substance. The rest of the episodes, I could not. It was just fluff to me. But I think this episode, he was present. And maybe it caught him by surprise. I'm not sure he expected some level of emotion or some level of feelings like he did. I do believe that he actually did choose Alexis just because he thought that was something that would be better for him. Not for long term, but at least just for now, just to play until the show's over. But when he actually eliminated Kyra and Kyra spoke, I think something just like, it provoked him to just feel like, I don't want to let you go. Like, I really just don't. The reality is, I don't want to let you go. I enjoy you a little bit more than I enjoy Alexis. And whether she's good for me or not, I just want to be able to keep enjoying you. And I think in that moment, it became real for him. It probably caught him by surprise. And so that's when you see the realness of AJ. That's the only time I've seen the fullness of AJ when he was in that moment. In that moment, he couldn't control. In that moment, he was fully raw, fully vulnerable. And that's why so Kojo made a breakdown of how both of them are holding alphas. Now, I don't think AJ's an alpha. He's not. But both of them in this group are holding alpha positions. And until one person gives, there's no movement. This is the moment in which it hit him so real that it didn't matter what position he was going to hold. He was okay to give. And so he did. And that's real life, right? When you care about someone, there comes a moment where you realize that me holding a position may not be as important as what I'm going to gain when I give. This was AJ's moment, the realest I've seen. So he gave, and he made sure he got an assurance from Kyra to say, do you want to do this with me? And she said, yes, I'll do this with you, AJ. So that was her moment. That was her moment to say, yes, I choose you. You choose me. Let's do this together. Now, when they went on the second date, the one with the crackers and all that meat, whatever she was trying to pronounce, she couldn't pronounce. When Kyra asked, so where do you stand? AJ's answer was like, if you have to ask me that question, there's something wrong. Right? If you have to ask me that question, there's something wrong, because I made the biggest gesture there is. I reneged. I gave up my alpha-ness. I gave up my position as being the macho man, not just in front of you, but in front of the television. And you still gonna stand here and ask me this, girl? See, if it was me, that's when I would have walked out like, okay, we're done. Because you don't see me. You don't see nothing else I do after that, you will see. So yeah, was I impressed? Yeah, it was impressive. No, I wasn't impressed. I'm sorry, I'll take that back. I wasn't impressed. I just was, it was just a pleasant surprise that he was actually fully in his realness. But impressed, no, I wasn't impressed. Okay, so let's go to Kyra. Oh girl, Kyra. Whew, Kyra. So I've had this feeling of Kyra being a mean girl, maybe pushing it too much, but like she just has this energy of like, if I can take a jab at you and I'm gonna enjoy it, I might take that jab. When she did that whole situation with Christian, when she called Christian out and called it in front of everyone, that was the moment I was like, yeah, Kyra, something's off. Like something's off with your the way you view yourself and your self-esteem. Something's off there. Because for you to put someone down in that way and to almost kind of enjoy it a little bit, something is off with how you value yourself and how you see yourself. Fast forward, we have this situation here where she makes a comment and she says, my disappointment has turned into anger. See, anger is an emotion that comes from a place of feeling like you were wronged. I can get my disappointment has turned into sadness. But when you're angry, you feel like there's something that you're deserved. Like there's a level of entitlement that is under that anger. And it shows. You're not to be angry when you're disappointed. It makes you sad because you're let down. But if you're angry, then you feel cheated. And how do you feel cheated in love when we are all taking chance on love? No one has owed you loving you. So if you feel angry, that means you feel someone owes you loving you, and they don't. They absolutely do not owe you any of it. I thought there was so much truth in how she spoke when she was speaking to AJ at that elimination or fake elimination scene, when she says, I want to choose one person. I love that about her. I respected that comment. But every action after that, I was like, girl, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? She became a little schoolgirl who was just so bitter and so mad that the man that she, number one, let me say this. She doesn't want any of them. She doesn't want AJ. She does not want Jason. She wants none of them. Because when she had Jason, she didn't want Jason. And when now she has AJ, she doesn't want AJ. She wants none of them. She just wants to win. She wants to be the woman who goes to the end and who's chosen. So she wants none of them. Now, when you look at how she had a conversation with Jason at the table, I love how Jason put her in her place a little bit. Like, we've had this conversation already. We're done. whether I chose Liz or I didn't choose you, whatever it is, like, you know what the outcome is already. I'm with Liz. So why are we here having this conversation? She just wanted to come there to be the one to say, I left you. Girl, he made the choice already. He made the choice. The last thing I want to say before I move on, more people are saying that Jason would have chosen Kyra if Kyra said yes. Possibly. Jason probably would have chosen Kyra if Kyra said yes. But I do think that there is some value that Jason sees in Liz that he does not see in Kyra. So at the end of the day, even if he chose Kyra, he would have always second guessed that that Liz is a better woman than Kyra is, like value wise, with like the way that they carry themselves and the things that they bring to the table. I think Liz has more substance than Kyra, and I think Jason sees that, and that's why he can stand in the truth of, no, I wouldn't have changed my mind, because you don't bring as much substance as Liz does.
Appreciate the depth, man. Appreciate the depth there, man. Some deepness in that one still. You know, I think it's interesting with Kyra and AJ, because both of them, I said this some weeks ago, I said both of them have a healthy respect of one another because they're the same people. Now, they both like to play the game. And here's the thing. They both thought they were eagles. Here's the difference, though. AJ really thought that Jason wasn't competition either when it came to Kyra. Because he always felt like he had that one up on Jason. What he didn't realize, and what Kyra didn't realize, is how much she actually liked Jason in that as well. Right? Kyra actually liked Jason more than she was actually really letting on. And it became a problem where she then realized, okay, she also downplayed Jason and his abilities, and he turned it around on her. So her anger too is the fact that this little boy, in her eyes, and I don't mean that in a rude way, in the sense of, this is competition, right? And when you're dating, you look at people in different leagues. You say, this person's not in my league. I know some people are saying that they don't judge. That's you. Okay, let the rest of us who are honest be honest with themselves. You see certain people and you put them into a category, right? And she had Jason in the category, which was, and this is why she took so long, is because there was something about Jason that wasn't enough. And so she saw herself as slightly above Jason. It's like, I know I can always get him. I know I can always get him. He was giving me that energy. I can always get him. Unfortunately, she played the game far too long. And then obviously with her and AJ, she liked AJ, she really did, but she was waiting for him to grow up, and he was never going to grow up. He was never going to be that guy that you want, because he's always going to be the guy that he is, which is not what you want. So she's been waiting for AJ. AJ was meant to be the one, right? While she was playing with Jason, AJ was meant to fix up. This is actually how it was meant to go. While she was playing with Jason, AJ was meant to fix up, show that he's a man that's for her. Come and collect her, take her. It should have been like, fantastic. Now AJ's coming to collect me. Jason, I appreciate you. It's been lovely. It's been amazing, right? He was meant to buy her time. AJ is still not fixing up. But she has to, in the moment, she has to reconfigure her strategy and game, right? And she's starting to see now Liz is starting to come into the game, and Liz is starting to increase pace in the game, because Liz wasn't in there in the beginning, right? Like, and she started increasing the pace. So when they had that double date, that double the date where Kyra and Liz had to come onto the same date, right? And it was interesting because the physical aspect, Liz didn't let Jason per se touch her too much when he wanted to help her do the swinging and the golf thing. But with Kyra, she was like, yeah, show me how to do it. And he went over there and he held her from the back. So she was always winning, right? But then something happened. She took too long. Her window went. It was all about timing. And unfortunately, AJ was meant to fix up and he didn't. She banked on AJ and it didn't happen, right? And so that's why she's in the position she's in right now. And it's unfortunate that it got like that. But that's what happens when you play the game. You run this risk. You took a risk, and the reward is this. And we're going to come on to them anyway, so we'll come on to them. But Alexis as well, I'm I mean, she gave a lovely speech about how you should love yourself and God, I need to see me as God sees me as well. And I was like, I appreciate that. I hope that's true, and I hope that you will do that. You know what I'm saying? And again, it proves our point. We've been saying this on the panel from the very, very beginning, that she needs to love herself, take care of herself, because this sexual energy she was bringing to the foreground wasn't it. But let's move on now, because the real conversation to be had here is between Kyra and Jason. That's the real conversation that people want to talk about. They want to talk about the fact that these two came to the point they came to. Okay, there's a few things I will need to discuss, but Lola, since you had smoke and you had ready to burn the place down, go for it.
All right. So Kyra and Jason. Let me start with Kyra first. So Kyra, you know, she has all these things going for her. And initially, I thought that Kyra secretly liked AJ, but was kind of holding out because she didn't trust him. But you know how when they say that tricks are for kids? Like, she messed around and fell for Jason because she had Jason right here. And I think there's a point where she knew that she liked Jason a lot, but was still playing. And then I asked myself that, why would she do that? But it got, you know, remember the time when, you know, everybody said Kyra, 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 her milkshake brought all the boys to the yard? I feel she got a little intoxicated with that nonsense and started feeling herself and forgot the assignment. And so she was just like, because there's a point where she said, I don't know how to choose. I don't know who to choose. I actually thought she really didn't know who to choose. I was giving her props. Like, yeah, girl, don't let them pressure you. Do you? Nah. She actually liked Jason, but she was playing. So I think the anger that she feels, even though Jason has made his choice, is the fact that she had him and she lost him. But the question now is she someone who always likes what she doesn't have? Or did she now feel that, oh, I lost something that I liked? Because remember, there was a time when she was chasing Jason, and then she had told us, you know, I'm going to pick Jason. If everything ends today, I'm going to pick Jason. But the second Alexis said, I'm going to roll with AJ, her eyes twinkled, and she started introducing AJ back into the picture. So it almost seems like it's one of two, a combination of both. She either wants what she doesn't have, she always wants on the other side. She wants the other person's cookie, or she just doesn't know what she's doing and she gets distracted. But now it's dawned on her that, you know what? But there's something, like, I don't have anything. You know, Kyra is a picture of maybe a little bit in all of us. When we get carried away, we start feeling ourselves and we forget. She forgot the assignment. She was here to choose a suitable mate. If you're feeling the guy like that, she picked him. I don't know what she was thinking. But I can't judge her. But what I hope she's seeing now is, I thought her behavior was despicable when, you know, Liz was talking about the white rose. People have opinions about the white rose. I thought it was cute. Great TV moment. Let's not go serious about it. It was a cute moment to recount to the table. And in the middle of the girls' conversation, this clown chuckled. She meant what she did and she did what she meant. And then apologized after, passive aggressive. Like, that was so childish. And the fact that nephew, Uncle Tommy, I'm going to call him all those names, had to put his pound out like this, that, yo, you know how you silence the choir? Like, huh, hold that note. She should be embarrassed. I was just like, yo, come on, Kyra, you reduced to this? You, a whole you. This is you? And let that be a note for us. Pride goes before a fall. She was really, and then so when you look at that girl, she's got it. Beautiful girl, knows how to put outfits together, professional, but pride goes before a fall. So let this be a lesson to her. So I don't want to call her names or call her a villain. I want to say she's us. When we mess around and do something stupid, that's us. That's us in her. That's her. When you look at her, that's us. We need to connect and realize that sometimes we all have those prideful moments, but hers was blown out on national TV. Now, to my boy Jason. So it is on the YouTube streets that I call my bra a small boy. But yo, the man stood up today when he said, we're not going there. My heart was singing. I was like, yes, the man had arrived. He said, we're not going there. Queen, Queen, we're not going there. So what do you want? What do you want? Like, come on. Jason, I'm not giving him the answers to the exam yet. Like, let's calm down. It's not all that. But I can give him points when he's performed. He performed today. I saw the man in him. But he has to grow into that position. We're seeing spurts of it now, but it has to be part of him. But I want to give him points for that because I was so impressed with the way he was trying to be respectful, but he wasn't going to let her run down the lady he picked. He's clear that he made a choice and he's satisfied with the choice he made. What is Kyra's point? Like, what was she trying to gain? What was the point there? So, with that, Jason, you know what? I will put the small boy in the pocket because the man stood up today, and I'm proud of him. I can't say more. Like, he really, like, I'm so proud. Like, now they're gonna last till next year. I don't know, but this episode, I was impressed. I was really impressed. And then that little moment and that's what made me think about Kyra. The moment when Kyra said, "Oh yeah, so I've decided that we're going to be you decided, you." So it almost makes me feel, like I said, that prideful point where she felt like she had to say she had some control. No, you didn't, sis. You were looking desperate. You were looking thirsty. You were looking kind of ragged. But you decided? But that's okay. I don't want to judge her too much because that's the truth is we've all done something dumb like that. So I want to give her mercy. I want to give her grace that, this was a bad moment for her. But she still has, the thing is, she's 34. She has time. But she needs to do some inner work and really figure out. She's great professionally, maybe not good with her money. So there's some other work she has to do. But let this be an example. When we look at this show, let it be an example to us that we've got work to do because she had a lot going for her. But look how the mighty have fallen. What, like a couple episodes ago, everyone, Kyra. She almost got thrown off the show. And the one she wanted, everyone want her no more. Had to put her in her place. Like, I don't know, that's how I just feel. Let this be a lesson to us. Like, I'm not mad. Like, I'm glad and I'm pleased in my son, Jason. Yeah, that's how I'm just happy. Liz, Liz. Like, Liz is us. You know that she's a beautiful girl, but she's not in your face beautiful. I don't want to use the word simple because sometimes simple can be, looked at as wrong. But she's the simple part of us. Just the regular girl. This is what I want to be. This is who I want to be. And she's just going along. And she was open to the process, but honest. And perchance, because the truth is, I don't want to give Jason all the points. The truth is, he really was waiting for Kyra to say, "I choose you." That's the truth. Let's not lie. And he also confessed when they met, he said, "No, my bad. That's not true. I didn't make that decision weeks ago." But the truth is, somehow things happen for a reason. Somehow, Kyra was still playing around, and then he saw Clara. What did he say? That he said, "My dad said that love is not complicated." That's how we went for Liz, and I think that was a great choice. So that's a lesson to everyone, I think, to all of us, just to look like, you know what, just stay humble and do the right thing. And I think what Kyra is doing is the reason why sometimes guys can play women against each other. At all costs, she wanted to win, even at a point where she would step on a queen's crown, a fellow queen's crown. Like, she was going for that girl, like, come on now. But you know what? Good one. Today, good one. This is all fictional. We know reality TV is fictional, so this is all fictional. But I want us to take this into real life. Good one today. So let's not lose hope. Because sometimes, let me use an example. A friend of mine, her daughter said to her mother, she started college. She said, "You know what, Mom? The hose is winning." So no, the hose are not winning this time. A good girl won today. So I'm happy. I'm pleased. And that's it.
Appreciate it, Lola. Straight shooting. As always, Onu, if you're ready, man, we want to hear your defense of Jason. I know you love to Team Jason, so go for it, bro.
I'm gonna settle for most improved player for this episode. I think Jason was a little dishonest with Kyra. Like, I've been listening to people's comments, and like I'm gonna agree. Like, he could have like presented his opinion or his decision making a little bit more clearer to Kyra, but at the same time, Kyra's been playing games. She's been choosing wanting to play the process, and putting AJ and Jason against each other. But Jason hasn't been available for weeks, and that was the key thing. He's been preoccupied with Liz. It got to the point where he made his decision. He's standing his decision, and Kyra's still not accepting that fact. I don't know why. When Kyra has been projecting to everyone but Jason how he actually feels, and to me it's just like, okay, I'm trying to recall, like, when did she tell Jason exactly how she felt? Because if she did, all of this could have been avoided. And now she's settling for a consolation prize, which isn't a consolation prize. Even at the dinner or the outing at the end, she's still pining over Jason. I'm like, this is getting stalkerish. This is getting sick to watch. I'm like, I don't know what to say. But I mean, I'm glad Jason put her toes to the fire and made her defend her position, because again, it's just like, it doesn't to me, it doesn't make sense. If I like a woman, and I'm telling that woman I like you, and you're still having me to fight, or I have to prove myself to you, like, how much longer do you think this relationship or this courting is going to last? And that's where I'm at this point. So he's not
Thank
the MVP.
you.
I'll settle for most improved.
Thank you, Resident Onu, for those kind words and benediction over Jason. Christian, I know you are opposite of the team Jason Real. What was your viewpoint towards seeing Kyra and Jason? You know, Kyra lost it a little bit. I ain't gonna lie to you. Kyra lost a little bit. I ain't gonna lie to you. She lost a little bit. She came out of pocket at the end, that conversation, and she showed a little bit of, you know, some vulnerability and weakness. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is kind of how I break that situation down. I separate Kyra and Jason, and I talk about them separately, because what I hear a lot of people doing is saying, you know, Kyra did this, but Jason did that. I think they both can do trash things separately. Talking about Jason, I wasn't a fan of the conversation. I wasn't a fan of all his queens and queen this and queen that. It came off super condescending and annoying. And I think it was real gaslighting-ish. I don't think that it helped the conversation. And if I'm sitting down trying to have a conversation with a man and he keeps queening me, when like last week we weren't on the queen and king status, and now this week all of a sudden we're queens and kings, I'm gonna turn up too. I wasn't a fan of that. And I think there was a reason to have an issue with the conversation with Jason, when Jason has a right to choose. He has a right to choose Liz. He has a right to not to want to sit around and wait for Kyra playing around. He has a right to do all those things. But why, if you're in the right, if you're so in the right, why are you lying? Why are you telling Liz you made up your mind 2 weeks ago when you know you didn't? Why are you telling Liz that you made up your mind 2 weeks ago when you're still asking Kyra what her choice is? If you're so certain about Liz and she's getting her the white rose ceremony, then why don't you tell Kyra, you know what? I'm good off of you. Like you're doing too much out here. I'm gonna rock with Liz. I'm more comfortable with Liz. Liz is who I want. She's a better woman for me. She's a good person, good woman. He didn't do all of that. He just kind of like picked Liz and didn't think that, you know, a conversation needed to be had. Me personally, if a man doesn't choose me, I don't want to have a conversation with them. Like, I don't need to talk to you. My closure is the choice that you made. That's me personally. You know, I don't need closure with nobody who walk out. If they walk out your life, you let them. That is what I stand on. That's me. I feel like that's the way people should be. But I do have sympathy and empathy for wanting to have that conversation. And I feel like a good man, like Ron picked up the phone and called Alexis, was like, hey, you're tripping, I'm good. You know, other people have picked up the phone and had these conversations. Jason kind of ran away, and it was really coward-ish, picked Liz and didn't say anything. Like, I don't know. I didn't like that. Now to Kyra. We all know what Kyra did. Kyra was playing around and she ended up playing herself. I get that. I can't defend that. I can't defend her laughing in Liz's face. I can't defend a lot of the stuff that she's done. But, you know, I also do kind of understand her being a little annoyed with Jason, because I don't feel like Jason was being very genuine. But I do think Kyra played herself. I don't think there's any debate here. She 100% did. And no one, I don't think, even knows who she wants anymore. It's really confusing, or what her end goal is. So I understand Jason not, you know, wanting to be attached to that. But I think all of it, you know, could have been done better. But as it goes to Liz, I disagree that Liz is all of us. I think Liz at the age of 40, again, I'm going to say, has no discernment. I think Liz thought David, the one with the crazy eyes, the one that looks absolutely insane, was her gift from God. Now, poor Liz at the age of 40, and I keep saying that because I just feel like you're too grown at 40 years old to not see red flags. Now she thinks that Jason is the gift from God because he came in with a rose. She was crying before he even walked in with the rose, and now Jason is her gift from God. So I don't identify with Liz at all. I identify with her sweet spirit, but that's about it. I don't trust Jason with her heart at all. I think he will fumble it, like he's fumbling this entire situation, and I'm not here for it. I think the only loser out of the three of them is going to be Liz, because Kyra played herself. Jason is playing himself and Liz. And if Liz ends up losing, it's because she's believing in Jason, who doesn't seem stable to me at all. So I hope Liz is okay at the end of this, because I have no love for Jason, as it's pretty clear. And Kyra needs to figure out what she wants in life, because she's going to be 40 as well, playing these games with nobody. So.
Strong opinions. I hear that. Adjoa, what are you saying?
Okay, so like I mentioned already, I've never been a fan of Jason. I always thought that he was just playing, like he was basically like a kid who just ended up in on a playground and just trying to figure out which game he wants to play. Like he didn't care if he was there, if he wasn't there. Like I never really thought that he had any solid intentions or anything like that. I just thought he was just caught up in the mix and he was just going with the flow. But I think something happened at that ball when Liz walked in and he saw that breast meat and he was like, whoa, okay, let me fix up here, okay. I think that's when he kind of was like, listen, there are players and then there are players. That's when Liz kind of showed up on his radar, because before then it really wasn't anything that he was interested in. But I think he took it seriously. And I believe that as he got to know Liz, he actually started really getting emotionally attached to her. Now, the one thing that I did catch that Lola brought up was when he said, my father said that love should not be complicated. I think he took that. He took it and he believed it. And I really hope that we would actually get that lesson from him, because love should not be complicated. We're so used to seeing struggle love that we don't even understand that sometimes, you know what, you can want something, but know that it's not good for you and be okay with walking away. I want you, but I know you're not good for me, so I'm gonna walk away. And that's what Jason did. And we're trying to make it seem as if it is just such a hard decision or something to so hard for us to understand. And it's because we don't practice it. We probably should practice it more often than not. When someone is not good for you, regardless of how much you like them, walk away. So I believe Jason. I do believe Jason. I do think that Jason did lie. He probably was just trying to overcompensate and try to overassure Liz. And so it came out as that, oh, I made that decision weeks ago. But no, he that's a lie. Yes. Hopefully he tells Liz that he lied about that. I do also believe the white rose ceremony. I do think, though, that it's because he realizes he's playing out of his league. And so he's coming out with he's just coming out with bangers. He's like, listen, this one's going to land. I know it. And so that's what he's doing. He's playing. He's still kind of playing the game because he knows he's out of his league when it comes with Liz. Another thing I want to say is that sometimes, depending on the company you're in, you show up differently. And the fact that he's been in the company of Liz, it could be why he's showing up a little bit more mature than we're used to. Because the Jason that showed up with Kyra at that dinner, I was impressed. That was impressive. That was a man. He came with all his testicles. I can say that, right? You're not going to get demonetized. Okay. He came with all of them. Every single one of them was attached. He came and he said, girl, we're not doing this. You're not going to take me here because you know what? I'm the man and I have direction. That's another thing. When a man has no direction, a woman can lead them anywhere. He came with direction. I know exactly where I want to be. I know exactly where I belong. And so you are not going to sway me either way. So we're not going to do this. That queen part did annoy me a bit. I thought it was very annoying. But I think it was just because he probably didn't want to go all the way in and say exactly what he really wants to say, which is like, why am I here? I don't want to be here with you. I didn't want to choose you, and I still don't want you right now. And that's only because he wised up. Why can't he? Of course he can wise up. He realized that, you know what? A better choice is Liz. And so he wised up. What else do I have to say? Kyra, I think I said my piece about Kyra already. I felt a little embarrassed for her. I felt a little sad for her because I felt like she was really reaching. Like she was trying to portray this image of like, maybe you still want me, when the man is saying, no, I don't. I'm actually good. And it showed in the way that he was responding to her, like, oh, okay. Oh, that's how you feel. Okay, I hear you. And then at the end, the nail in the coffin was, do you feel better? Lord have mercy. I wanted to cry for her. When he made that statement of, do you feel better? That just means this did nothing for me. I didn't need any of this, but apparently you did. How do you feel now? You feel better, baby? You feel, I felt for Kyra. I felt for her. I wanted to cry for her. And I think I even saw, she probably even wanted to cry herself. She did. She knew it. She knew that this courtroom case, she lost. She took an L, and she took an L in a very public way. She lost. So yeah. Do you feel better?
Kojo, do you mind if I say something really quick?
Go for it.
Sorry, so people are taking shots at me, accusing me of age shaming in the comments, which I would never do. I think people are misunderstanding ageism and age shaming. What I was saying is that at the age of 25, you should have more discernment than someone at 21. At the age of 30, you should have more discernment than someone who's 25. At the age of 40, you should have more discernment than someone who's 35 and 30. And that is all I am saying. The more years that God gives us on this earth, we should learn more. And it appears as if Liz does not have the discernment that she should have at her age to parse out people who are not good for her or not. Because honestly, I don't see why she couldn't see David coming a mile away. I'm not sure why it took her that long to figure out that he was crazy. So yeah, but there's nothing wrong with aging on this earth. That's a blessing, and people should view it as such. So I just want to make that clear. But every year that God gives you, you should become wiser and wiser and wiser. And if you're not, then that's the problem. It's not age shaming.
But it's experience too, right? Because there are people who are 40, and if they've not dated, they wouldn't have the experience, right? So sometimes experience teaches you certain things. So if, let's say, in the number of years you've lived on this earth, you haven't been exposed to certain things, then you wouldn't necessarily have that experience to have the discernment. So I mean, I kind of see where they're coming from, like when it comes to like age. Sometimes we do associate age with maturity, but there's some level of maturity that, yes, truly does come with age, but there's also another level of maturity that comes with experience and actually getting first on, like, experience. I don't want to keep saying experience like that.
Yeah, I have to agree. I was going to jump in as part of the 40s club. Lola's in her 40s, if y'all didn't know. I wanted to let you know that we live and we learn. I hit with one hand, I hug with the other. Grace. So sometimes some comments can be abrasive to people in that bracket. Now, what you said, was I offended? I wasn't. I'm going to sleep good at night. But it depends on where people are at. So that's where, you always have to, we can't generalize. And Adra, she put it perfectly. It's like, it's experience. Because, and we tease men all the time. We say how men, it takes them a long time to get there. Like, and I think the key word, what you said is should, could. But there's so many things and so many ways things are different. The dating world is one of those places that you really can't predict. You're out of there for a couple weeks. I've been out of there for a minute now. I don't even know if I want to put my toe in right now. So That's what I think they're getting at. And a lot of times you should kind of get used to it. You will see the comments until you're reaching and doing that, but sometimes you always want to, like you try to do, is like fix it and give them what you are trying to say. So 40s Club right here, we're swinging. Shanae, what's up, sis? I got you. 10 toes down.
A little bit of exclusive smoke. Sean, you said you want to go next. Appreciate it.
Yeah, a couple of things. Since we're on the topic of Liz, what I would say is, and we've kind of touched on this, whether it was Lola and some others, right? We got to give her grace, right? We're watching this at a bird's eye view. After it's been edited, chopped, scrubbed, she was living this. Right. So how many of us in our lives can look back on situations where we've been in and we're like, how the hell did I get there? How the hell did I select that person? Right. And we probably have our friends and some other people on the sideline saying, well, you didn't know and you should have saw, but we got to live it and we got to figure it out. Right. So I just think give Liz a little grace. Right. She did eventually snuff David out. Right. She sent him packing, but he went on his whole little tirade. Right. Then we saw with that 10-hour long interview where he just talked into God knows what, with Kojo. So she got to it. Right. Maybe not when we thought she should have, but she got there. Right. So I think let's give her some credit. She didn't get to where she was by being, naive. Now with her and Jason, I don't know, but I definitely see that she brings out something different, in him. And when I see them together, I think about that masculine, feminine energy, right? When you've got that good alignment together where a couple is moving, you see, the woman brings out the best in the man brings out the best in the woman. It's like that perfect yin and yang. And you could see how, he's just developing and maturing as a man coming into his masculinity, right? Whereas 2 weeks ago, he wouldn't have been able to sit at that dinner table and just shut Kyra down, right? So I think, kudos to him for stepping up. Verdict's still out for me with Jason. He's a little flip-floppy for me. I'm more standing if your decision is your decision, whatever it is, just stand in it. If you're selecting somebody, you see the value in them, just be honest. If you don't, you don't. That's just me and how I operate. But so let's see how it all plays out. I would say not even the last episode. I want to see the reunion when everything is done and see how things play out. I would say for Kyra, I kind of, I don't want to spend too much time on her. And listen, everybody, again, is human. But the thing that I saw for her sitting at that dinner table, because she was like trying to stick her thumb up to Liz, I think she wanted Jason to choose her and then say, run right back to Liz. Liz, yeah, just like I told you before, your man chose me once, he chose me twice. I'm the top dog. I'm at the top of the heap. And she played her cards wrong, and they all fell on the table. So I'm glad it played out that way for everybody to see. But I just think for her, I really hope she takes a step back and choose. You gotta operate with some level of character, operate with some level of loyalty. Like for me, where's the loyalty to AJ, who stepped out on a limb, chose you, saved you from getting booted off, and you're sitting at a dinner trying to get chosen by somebody that didn't choose you already. So that's my thoughts on that.
Appreciate it, Sean. Solid as always, man. Appreciate it, man. It's good to have you on the panel. Yes, Jay, have you contributed yet to this fire pit that we've got going on right now?
No, not yet. Been building my thoughts on everything everybody said and stuff. I'm going to stay 10 toes down on this point right here. Jason was a hurt dog, backed into a corner when he walked into that meeting with Kyra. I'm sorry, he was screaming out loud with all that aggression and everything, that queen. His feelings was hurt because he had to choose a choice that he didn't really want. He wanted Kyra. Now, don't get me wrong. He might have built some love for Liz over time, over their connection and stuff like that, them going out on those dates and all those things like that, and her being submissive to him, so to speak. But he wanted Kyra. And when Kyra didn't choose him back, his feelings was hurt. So he came in there on 10 and kept queening her. Now, where Kyra fell short is when he kept saying queen to me, I'm going to show you a queen. Okay, sir. All I got to ask you is, why did you lie to me then? As soon as you give me the answer right there, okay, thank you. This is why I didn't make my choice with you, sir. Have a good day. She sold herself short by sitting here, well, I feel disappointed in you, you know. I mean, you know, she should have wore her crown, adjusted that crown real quick and told him, sir, you lied to me. If that was your choice, you should have stood in your choice and went over there with your choice. But you didn't tell me that. And then you're going to tell her 2 weeks ago that you made this choice. 2 weeks ago, you were still up under me. Ask me what I want to do. What I want to do. I need you to lead me. Be honest with yourself. Don't be honest with, don't play games with me. Be honest with yourself or whatnot. So that's where Kyra fell short. She should have held on to her crown in that moment and stuff. She let that thing fall off and embarrassed herself on national TV in front of everybody and stuff. And, I'm going to say this to Adjua. How do you say it? Adjua? I'm sorry. I'm so bad with names. But when you were saying how she was saying that she was disappointed and it turned into anger, my disappointment would have turned into anger too had you lied to me. And I've been telling you my truth up until now. Now, it might not have been my complete truth because I'm still trying to figure it out. But if I've been choosing you every week, and I'm telling you, I've been choosing you every week, that's my truth in that moment. And you sat there and lied to me. And then you lied to Liz, telling Liz that you made this choice some weeks ago. Or we're not. Yeah, I would have came in a little disappointed, and that disappointment would have been feeling like a little anger at the same time. But I wouldn't have never exposed that to him because I didn't want him to get the upper hand or whatnot. So when she did that, I don't know what to tell her. Now, here's one thing I'd like to say. Kyra and Jason are the same when they're in that deliberation room, and Liz and David are the same in that deliberation room. Them some petty people up in there. Okay, when Jason was talking about that kiss that he got from Liz and was trying to get under David's skin with that, that's the same thing that Kyra was trying to do when she was like, he didn't tell me that. Oh, no, sis, that's not what he said. And when she was laughing at her and all that stuff, she was doing the same thing Jason was doing. And Liz was doing the same thing that Dave was doing. Well, 2 weeks ago, he said this. Well, that kiss wasn't nothing. She already told me about the kiss. Them two is like, it was so funny to me. I was just like, oh my God, y'all is hilarious up in these deliberation rooms here because you guys are petty to the fullest degree of petty. And I'm petty queen when it comes down to it. But shoot, y'all about to make me renounce my crown with this here. I'm like, y'all out of control all day, every day with this. I don't know what to tell y'all, but adjust your crowns, everybody. Hold your head up. Don't let nobody get the best of you. Walk on out on them.
Appreciate it, Jay. Appreciate it. Good points. Yeah, I think it's real. And it's the two of them. I'll let you go in a second, Maria. I think the situation between Kyra and Jason is Jason won in the end. You know what I mean? He got to have the final say. The problem was that Kyra didn't play this game. You see, when you want to play this game to the end, right? Kyra should have come in there, but like, hold on a minute. She actually had the power. When she entered that conversation, because once she knew he lied, she had the power, but she just lost sight and wanted to destroy the boy. So that's where she lost. She wanted to destroy him at that point. She wanted some extra juice to take back to Liz and absolutely nuke him, and that was her problem. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, you overdo things. Like, once you got there and he said, you know what? I said, yeah, I kind of told her something. She could have been like, so you lied about the situation. That's all you have to do. You have to press him on that. Oh, so you lied about the situation, but you already know how I felt. You know how you felt. She could have pressed on that issue, but instead she wanted to destroy him. Why? Because she wanted to go for the juggler. She wanted to go for that. She wanted to go for that final KO, which was, so if I had said yes, would you have chosen me? So she could run back to Liz and say, see, if I had said yes, he would have chosen me, right? But you didn't need to because you already knew that, right? You already knew that. You just didn't have to go for the confirmation. When you went for the confirmation, you put him into power again, because now it's like, wait, so you wanted to say yes, but you didn't say yes. Well, you already know I've already made my point. Which is why I really don't believe how strong he was on his point about if you had said yes, it wouldn't have changed my mind. I'm like, But you can't say that when just a minute ago you just said you lied about the fact that you had made your mind up weeks ago. So your answer here can't be true either, right? But because Kyra had got lost in the emotion of the beef, she couldn't even make that distinction because she got lost in the moment trying to destroy the brother and trying to win this game by nuking him. You know what I'm saying? She could have won this easily. Kyra, you had him, but you see, when you play the game and you play it this way, you know, this is what happens. Yeah, like the crowd just be going, it just be tilting. You know what I'm saying? Just sliding off. But yeah, Maria, talk to us. What are you saying?
So Kyra, she tried to play the game. I think that her and Jason were in the same position, right? They both had two options to choose from. But Jason played a little bit better because he didn't get too overconfident, right? Kyra got too overconfident the moment she heard that all those dudes in that deliberation said her name. That's when she felt like she had all the power and she was top dog and untouchable. The difference between her and Jason, even though they were in the same position, Jason was definitely playing the game. He had his safe option, which was Liz, and his risky option, which was Kyra. The difference between Jason and Kyra is Jason was reassuring Liz all along the way. So that made sure that his safe option didn't slip away from him or second guess him or, you know, whatever the case. And then when he tried to get Kyra to give him some reassurance, she wouldn't give it to him. So he made the best decision because he knew, like, in order for me to win this thing or come out on top, I better choose my safe option because we're getting down to the wire at this point, right? Plus, he was geeking Liz's head up real strong. Like the chemistry that they had on screen, like the way she was laying her head on his shoulders and everything, like the kissing, all of that, it was a lot. So it would look really bad on nice boy Jason to suddenly rip the rug from under her, you know, after all of that building that they've been doing. While Kyra might have been his number one at a certain point, like I said before, when you're playing the game, positions can shift. The moment Kyra refused to give him any leeway, it was that conversation that they had, I think, at the tennis or whatever. They had some conversations even before that where I felt like he kept trying to get her to, like, be like, okay, like, do you think you would choose me? Are you going to choose me or whatever? He wouldn't do it. She wouldn't give him a yay or nay, you know? So I just feel like at that point, that's when Liz turned into his number one position. Now, when he told Liz, you know, I chose you a long time ago, he might have been referring to the fact that she became his number one a few weeks ago, right? Because Kyra ended up being like a shaky option. So I do think that he lied. And, you know, even with everybody wants to call him, you know, little boy Jason, but he was doing some big player actions and moves in this conversation. Okay. We saw that side of him, but also, yeah, he, you know, did his thing and told Kyra what it was, but he still allowed Kyra to lure him into a trap. And so this is where he still has his training wheels on and still needs to learn the game and finesse a little bit better. Him admitting to lying about that situation, it was an amateur move. I appreciate the honesty. I do, Jason, that's great, but you weren't honest the first time. So now you're just dishonest, and that gives her ammunition. Best believe she's going to go back and tell Liz that he lied about that before. And that's like the worst ammunition to say, because then that's going to prove that, yeah, see, he was going to choose me or whatever the case. But then Kyra shot her own self in the foot by even asking him, so if I had said yes before, would you have chose me? Of course he's going to say no. And I think he lied about that. I think he would have chose her if she had given him more reassurance. But we know that Jason can lie to play the game. He's a little bit good at lying about it, you know, in the moment. Now, if you ask him later, he might tell you the truth. But yeah, I just feel like, you know, Kyra, she got overconfident. She thought she was going to be in the power position, the deciding position, but she played her cards wrong. She didn't read the play. AJ tried to put her on game when he was in the elimination conversation with her. He read her the play and she ignored it, because I think she was still in her head. She still had this inflated view of where she stood in terms of power dynamics in the whole situation. And I still stand my original point earlier, where AJ, he knew he was going to choose Kyra because he knew that, like, you know, he was in that power position. Like, I don't think that, you know, he was being all the way authentic and stuff like that. I think he let her down first and said, okay, like, you know, you're not ready, love, and then changed his mind to showcase his power position. Like, he wasn't worried. He knew that she would have to choose him at the end of the day, that they would end up together at the ending round. So yeah, I think Kyra, she played her cards wrong with the whole her and Liz dynamic. Yeah, I think that was her feeling salty. You know, remember, she's figuring out that she played her cards wrong all in the moment. Like, she hadn't figured it out prior to. So she's literally receiving this information at the at the deliberation. She's receiving information from, you know, whoever else, and then she's realizing as she goes that, oh my goodness, like, I'm losing my footing. So her conversation with Jason, I do think she shouldn't have done it. Like, you're putting yourself now in a position to look like you're groveling and like trying to get back, you know, what you didn't want. You know, it's almost like you never know what you got till it's gone type of energy, you know, and that is what she ended up playing into, because I do think that her emotions got involved. You know, Kyra wants to be a savage game player, all that, but that's just not your nature. You're still going to be emotionally invested and still trying to play with people's hearts. It's a bad recipe for disaster, and it's going to end up blowing back on you. So yeah, I just feel like this will be a learning lesson for Kyra. Now, when it comes to Liz, the whole Rose situation, I heard a lot of people saying like, oh my God, like, it wasn't that big of a deal, and she's all, you know, all this and all that, right? But I'm gonna just come to her defense a little bit, just because I think where she's coming from is that Jason was putting thought and intention behind what he was doing. In that moment, he was basically choosing her and basically putting all of his eggs in one basket and putting her first. And that's the message that she was being communicated. And that's why she was walking in the deliberation room with the ladies, basically confident that, like, well, Jason's my man, and, you know, all that type of stuff. So I see why she felt the type of way. Plus, you know, the other guys aren't doing romantic gestures like that. Jason has that romantic side. He's in touch with his emotions. And that's why I said in previous panels that Liz and him are actually a perfect match for each other, because Liz is going to be that soft place for him to express his emotions and receive his romantic side, his softer side, and all of that. Everyone keeps saying like, oh, Liz, you know, or he basically put her in mom status or whatever. But let's be honest, Liz gives off motherly vibes, motherly energy, you know, and Jason, he does need a nurturing person, just for the type of person that he is. He's very malleable, you know, he'll bend to the woman's wants and needs, but Liz will allow him to do that in a safe environment. And I think that they'll feed off of each other. I do think that they both have an element of like naivety when it comes to love and, you know, romance and all of that. So them together might actually work out. I don't see one overly taking advantage of the other. Now, I do think that Jason played Liz to a certain extent because of the whole Kyra lie situation. But I do think that in the end of it, when it all comes together, he'll treat her right. He'll do right by her, be kind. Hopefully he doesn't do wishy-washy things if other people come through. But I think he'll keep his image of the fact that he not professes love, but basically made all these grand gestures to her. And so he'll try to keep his integrity as a result of that. But yeah, that's my thoughts on them. I just feel like, Kyra, she played, she lost. She's with AJ now. She knows that AJ is not going to be all that she needs him to be. But I mean, yeah, that's what happens when you go risky instead of safe.
I appreciate that, man. That's some grown folk bars right there. I just want to add.
Question. I'm sorry, Kuja. Can I ask a question real quick?
Go for it.
Maria, in all honesty,
yeah,
if a man gave you a white flower and compared you to his mother, in all honesty, how would you feel about that?
In all honesty, I would not have beef with it. I may not have over exaggerated my reaction the way Liz did, but I would have seen it as more of a nice gesture. I wouldn't have, made him feel the type of way. Gift giving is my love language. So for me, what that means is it's not about the actual gift itself. It's more so about the thought and intention behind it. And that's what I would be focused on. He may not have done it the right way or did it in a way that we would have preferred, but I get what he was trying to say. As a result, I would have tried to be a soft moment for him to land, even if it's cheesy and corny. I don't know. I just feel like I appreciate him at least making the effort, putting the mom comment is a bit much, but I think what he was trying to say is like, these are important women in my life, people that he, loves, right? And would basically always be there for and care for. So I think he put her in that category, not to say that she is a mom, but like, he's putting her in the category of like most important women in his life. I get it. It sounds like, but I mean, I do still stand by my statement of Liz does give motherly, nurturing vibes, and that's okay. Like that is her personality. And I think that that's what Jason needs. I think that she will help him blossom into, a man or whatever, or her husband or whatever. And, he'll love her with the fairy tale stuff that she's looking for. So yeah, I mean, I say if they're happy, let them be happy.
I don't know. It gives me that Oedipus vibes or whatnot. You want to bone your mom, like.
And the thing also is that you have to understand that in dating, you want to find a partner who you feel sees you the way you see you. And in that moment, Liz felt like the way that Jason described her is how she sees herself. Therefore, she was seen truly. So she felt most accepted there. It may not work for everyone, but if she sees herself as pure, she sees, and that really is kind of how she presents anyway, right? She's living this life of purity by abstaining or whatever it is that she's trying to do. So there are certain words. I don't think it was the rose that made her cry. I think it's the fact that she felt seen that made her cry. She felt like you see me. And if you see me, that means you've opened yourself up enough to see me. And therefore, I receive whatever it is that you're giving me. So it wasn't the rose by itself that made her cry. I think it was more so what it represented. The fact that he saw her and he put her on a pedestal of, you're one of these women in my lives. So, yeah.
I do agree. And I think even in that moment, even with all the things that I kind of think about Jason, that moment even touched me. Not her crying almost when he just presented the rose, that kind of agitated me. But even that agitation switched when I heard the things that he said about her. It was really touching. And I felt like for the first time ever, I felt like he was being so sincere. And if someone said that to me, I would have the same reaction that Liz did. That was very touching. That's the way you want a man to talk about you. That's what you want a man to say to you. And I think that was a very genuine moment. And it felt like he was being genuine in that moment. Now, if it lasts, is what we all have to wait and see. And I hope that she pops up on the reunion and she has an engagement ring and they're good to each other. That is what I would like. I don't necessarily trust Jason, so I'm weary of that. But I hope that energy that he gave her in that moment carries on, and they can really go on together, because I think they could be good together. She has that nurturing spirit that he needs. And I also feel like he is capable, like he was in that moment, of being the strong man that she needs. They just kind of have to put it together. But I think that was beautiful. I didn't get motherly from that. I got like, these are the pillars in my life, and I'm putting you here. And I want y'all to be here. The red flag is, how is she already a pillar and it's been 3 weeks? We're gonna wait. But I did enjoy that moment, and it felt genuine. And I hope it's sincere for Liz's sake. So
I hear that big time. Yeah, I mean the flower situation was nice. It was a nice touch. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you're right. She was feeling seen and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? I think I can't argue against that. But I wanna say this. See, I can't give Kyra smoke properly, because I can't give her smoke for not choosing, because I've seen the audience not give Jason smoke, but he never chose Kyra himself. You were asking for a woman to choose you, but you never chose her yourself. You had the opportunity. You gave her a half-court press, told her to choose you, and you never chose her yourself. At the ranch, did anybody hear Jason say he chose Kyra? Right?
He didn't.
You never told Kyra that you were choosing this.
Hold on, but Jason, I remember.
He never said it.
Hold on, I remember him saying earlier on in the season, like this was like their second date or first date or something, where he was basically like, you know, I'm gonna pursue you, and he basically told her then that like she was the one that he wanted to go after, right? She knew then that that's what made her feel like, Jason was one of her options. Now, of course, he ended up catching the eye of Liz and all of that. But at the end of the day, even after he said that, Kyra never, ever, throughout the whole time, ever gave him even an inch towards his direction of saying like, yeah, she said like in deliberations that he was her number one, but I don't remember her ever communicating that to him,
Yeah, but okay, so
Kojo, Jason always chose Kyra. We all do this.
Wait.
Jason always chose Kyra.
There was one conversation where he said, "Oh, he's gonna pursue," and okay, wait, hold on. There was one conversation where he said he's gonna pursue, while meanwhile still having Liz on the side. So what are you telling me? You're in the same position. I'm in the same position. Look, if I'm telling you I'm gonna pursue you while still talking to another babe, am I really pursuing you? Really?
I think the perspective here is what's different is I do agree with you, Kojo. I feel by the time he Liz caught his eye, there were two of them. It's true there was a time where he took her for that little cute thing in the museum, saying that he was focused on her, but he still had Liz in the background. But I think what the difference here is, and even keep in mind, last week we did give him some smoke for not sitting in his masculine energy, waiting for her to say, I like you. He didn't go unscathed. He was burnt last week. But I think the difference in energy is what's going on here. Yes, last week he asked her, you know what, I'm the soldier, you're the captain, tell me what to do. When she didn't, he kept it moving. He didn't come back and say da.
No beef.
But he made his choice. Why don't she just let it be? Why is there still a conversation? Not only has he made his choice, you made your choice with somebody else. Why do you feel this incessant need to have a sit down like he owes you money? And I think and even with that, I don't feel like, oh, you know what, Kyra's a villain or anything like that. I feel that weakness is something that she probably needs to look at. Like, if he didn't choose you, then why are you wasting energy on him? Why is his name in your mouth? Why are you thinking about him? Why are you disrespecting another sister? Because of him. So that's where the issue is. And at the same time, we acknowledge that this happens all the time. So I don't think one is getting over the other. They both kind of got it.
It's not that, but we're making, like, when I'm talking about the audience making a distinction between Jason and Kyra. Like, Jason's amazing. Blood, he did not make a decision. No. This is the point. When you pressed her at the ranch to say make a choice, did you make a choice? You didn't make a choice. This is my point. And I'm not talking about you choosing Liz. You didn't tell the very person that you said you wanted. You didn't tell them you wanted them. So I already told you she got smoke for the end conversation because you don't come up in there and say what you said. And I felt that the way she treated Liz in the actual deliberation was mad because you knew that you were laughing in her face because you felt like you had some information over her. And I don't like that at all. Right? That's the same thing with the Christian situation. I didn't like the way she did that Christian situation, and she has to really learn. And that's where my smoke is coming for her on that. On those points, she's getting some hot smoke. But in terms of this choice situation, this is why I said I didn't like Jason's behavior. That this is the nice guy act again. It's like, I'm not giving you no props, bro. Because when you had the chance to choose the girl you wanted, you didn't. You played the game, and then you made it as if, and this is a gaslight. You then made it as if the other person didn't make a choice either. Why are you cussing her for not making a choice, and you never made one?
So Kojo, I hear what you're saying. But didn't he say when they were talking that he's waiting for her to, like...
That is not a choice. No. That's not a choice. I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold you to that.
Hold on. Listen. It's not a choice, right? And it's not a definitive answer, but it's a hint towards it. Like he doesn't want to say it all the way because he knows that
I'm going to hold you to that.
All the way, he could fall on rocky ground.
You did not want Kyra to hint. You wanted Kyra to tell you directly that she wanted you. You cannot then say you want a hint when you are not going to give the fullness either. So you're going to hold my smoke because you cannot be asking the person to give a direct answer and you won't give a direct answer. Tell me anybody here when Jason said to her directly to her face, I want you. Tell me when.
Only earlier on. But the thing is that you're now convoluting issues. With each episode, this is why we're human beings. We're three-dimensional. With each episode, when they do something, we praise them. When they do something crazy, we say, you shouldn't have done that. Last week, he didn't have a hot week. A couple of weeks ago, he didn't have hot weeks. This week, he stood up in his manhood, and we had to clap for him.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the choice that he didn't make. I'm talking specifically because I've separated the issue. I've separated the issue.
We gave it to him.
Kyra's really getting that smoke for that stuff that she did there. That's madness, right?
But he got the smoke for that, though.
But I'm not. No, he didn't get the smoke for that. He did not get the smoke for that. We did not give him the smoke for not making a choice. We did not make a choice.
I remember giving him some smoke. Or maybe that was my video.
For what? For not choosing Kyra?
For
when you actually wanted her?
Standing tall. For not saying, you know what? Instead of him asking her,
we did not give him smoke for that.
Tell me what you want, da-da-da-da. Why not stand and say, this is what I want, and don't care what happens, let the chips fall. I remember saying something like that.
So that grand gesture of that romantic event that they had, you don't think that was him making it clear that I want you, and I want you above everyone?
What's romantic
at the art gallery?
Yeah.
No, you got to say it. You see, this is what I'm trying to say. You can't do that. The reason why you can't do that and say I did a romantic gesture so you should know what I'm really about is because then Kyra could say, well, I spent all the time with you. Why didn't you get it?
Because so here's the thing. I think the point that I see that maybe I feel like maybe you don't see is that Jason actually did hint, even if he wasn't saying I want you. No, but hold on, Coach. Hold on. We're playing a game here, right? We're playing a game here where I can't necessarily tell you you're the one I want unless I'm very sure you're the one I want. I will take a hint over nothing. And let's talk about it. Kyra gave nothing. So if I give you a hint and you give me nothing
but your lips are on me. Nothing but your lips are on me.
Yeah, and your lips are returning it. And your lips are returning it.
I should show my ass to
you by myself. But here's the thing, and another thing also is that we have actually seen that Kyra doesn't even understand when someone says I do want you, because with everything said, with AJ saying I choose you, she still doesn't even see that.
No, she sees that. She doesn't want him. We know that already.
Okay.
She doesn't want him. Okay. You see, this is what I'm talking about. This right here, you're talking about hints, and I'm saying to you, so what? When you lips me, is that not enough of a hint for you? When you kiss me, Is that not enough for you? It's not enough, right? So you can't use that for him either. I don't care how many times he hinted, he has to say it. And he directly did not say it to her because he wanted to go and choose Liz after, just in case. He kept her as a backup. So I'm not giving him that. I'm not giving him a free play. I'm not giving him a free play. You gonna get some smoke too. Because you made this woman a second choice. And all this rose stuff, it don't run on me, bro. It doesn't run for me, because I'm like, when you had the choice to make it about you wanting her, right? You didn't make that. You didn't say it there and there at the ranch. Hey, Kyra, what's your choice in terms of obviously me and you? She doesn't say anything. All right, cool, Kyra, let me tell you where I stand. I want you. Now, if Kyra says no, and you go and choose Liz, I know why you can't say it to her that you want her there and then. Because if you now go to Liz after, she's now been made second choice right on national television, but she's still second choice because you wanted Kyra. That's my issue here. He hasn't been vocal about it, so I can't then go and give Kyra smoke too for not being vocal too. Y'all both playing games.
They both play games.
Let's put every single panel delivery end of it, Kyra has chose Jason. I have not heard her choose anybody else but Jason through the whole thing. She chose Jason. She told Jason, every time I go in there, I choose you. I don't know what more do you want the girl to give him. I keep choosing you every week. You're still here because of me every week.
Yeah, she kept choosing him, but she kept pursuing AJ.
But she kept pursuing Liz. Why do I have to stop pursuing something else if he's pursuing something else? He has his backup. I got my backup, but I'm choosing him. He's still on top of my backup.
So we're gonna do this. We're gonna keep talking about. We smoked him last week. I smoked him last week. I'm done smoking him last week. Why?
No, I smoked him again this week.
He got smoked.
I smoked him again this week.
Right, he got no smoke just because I gave him a
again.
compliment. Doesn't give him he doesn't get a pass. He got a compliment. Doesn't give him a pass. And I said that. I'm clear on that. You probably weren't listening. You were sipping on your hydration jar.
I heard you, but you didn't give him enough smoke. You definitely didn't.
Yo, watch
you
my
definitely
video,
didn't.
sir. He got smoked.
I didn't see the video. I'm talking about on this panel. I didn't say about that. I saw on this
last
panel.
week on your panel, I did, sir. Go back.
Okay. You might have given him smoke then. All right, cool. You might have given him smoke then.
I feel like he's gotten a lot of spoil, maybe because it's just coming from me.
Yeah, because he's a small boy vibes. Yeah. That's what you guys said. I didn't say it.
I'm starting to feel bad because I feel like we've been dragging Jason.
I don't think he's a small boy. I don't think that at all.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Lolo, why don't you send in the comments what a small boy is?
Okay, so when I came up with the small boy stuff, really, what he showed me was small boy, aka you see woman breast and you can't think straight again. According to the edits shown on OWN TV this season, his interest began with the ball when he saw her breasts. That's small boy moves. That's all. And even with the energy in which he was moving, which is why when you do something for me to compliment, I'll compliment you. This week, he stood up like a man. I don't know what he's going to do next week. He even admitted to Kyra, we know I can see both sides. We know he lied. We know that if Kyra had said something different, it might have been Kyra. But things happen the way they happen. So there are some, and I've been consistent in saying there's a way he moves, but I would like to see him move a certain way. Let's see. And it's left to be seen. With the edits they show me, I can only use with the edits they show me. Things may be different. But in what I'm seeing, his energy is different. Like the different examples. Like when he spoke with Kyra's ex, your competition tells you something about the person you're competing for. And you run with it confused. That's when he ran back strong with Liz. Because it's true, there's a time when he took, Kyra to the museum, it's real cute with the little petals and da-da-da-da. But as soon as Uncle Timothy, with the sleeves, said that Kyra doesn't know how to budget, Bra ran right back to the other side. So that's what I mean by small boy moves. And small boy moves simply means that you're not occupying your masculine energy in important moments, because we have both males and females. We both have feminine and masculine energy, but there's certain moments where using that primary energy is important for a woman. When you're with your partner, you want to occupy feminine energy. You don't need two men in the room. And then of course at work you can have your masculine energy and tell people what to do. And with males, there's certain times when they have to stand up and be a man. When they come up with that phrase be a man, they simply mean occupy that masculine energy and lead. Because I think most females don't want to lead their dude. They want their dude to lead them. I didn't mean he needs to smash your face. I don't mean he needs to put his boot on your neck, but I mean he needs to lead. Lead with compassion. Be a great leader. And that's, leaders, you lead by example. You're that person. You put other people before you. That's what I mean. And I just haven't seen that energy in him. But this week I saw something where he's like, what you're not going to do is, muddy or make this connection dirty against Liz. And
Even though he already done it himself.
Yeah, he just nipped it in the bud. So that's what I mean by small.
Even though he already done it himself by
and
lying.
I think that's the core of why Kyra felt like she needed to meet him and why she was throwing shade at Liz at the delivery. Like, she really felt like she was better than Liz.
She did.
And she could not believe the fact that he would choose her over her.
Yeah, when she put on that tangerine two-piece, she thought she was it. And look at this. He picked the chicken, the rainbow one piece. Like.
Yeah, I think she just underestimated her competition. And I hear you, Kojo. You're right. I mean, it was a double standard. But in the game, people are always going to try to get you to say who your number one is, right? Who your choice is. You're not supposed to give up the answer. But in not giving up the answer, you still have to finesse it in a way where you give them a little reassurance. Okay, like, look, I'm still here with you. The way she delivered that whole conversation, it was more combative. Like when he was asking her to say it, she was like, well, I don't understand why you don't get it. I've been saying this, da da da. No, she could have took a more sweeter approach and being like more reassuring, more stroking, more softer. And I think that would have made him feel a little bit more reassured and like, okay, Kyra is on my side or whatever.
So basically, he was scared to lose, basically. He didn't want to take the risk that Kyra wouldn't choose him back. That's basically what you're saying.
Exactly. Okay. I think he knew what his choice would have been. It would have been her. And I think she also knew what his choice would have been. But from day one, when he told you that he's pursuing you, you haven't given him anything to hold on to or to grasp on.
No, this one I have to disagree. This not holding anything is making me mad. Who's kissing people for free? On my lips, taking me on dates and lipsing me.
Amber.
No, I'm hearing you. No, I'm not disagreeing.
Everybody.
I'm saying, is that because we're talking about hints, right? Is that not of a hint? I already told you. I already knew that Amber. We already knew that Amber was moving mad anyway, and we know that. I told you. I already know that I think she really liked Joelle anyway. So forget KG. That's why she kissing other people. And that's why she kissed other people for KG. Right? She just proved the point. She kissed other people for KG, and KG just have to beg for a kiss. This lips and stuff. This is why I said this COVID lips and stuff people are doing out here is outrageous for me. People just lips and people exchanging salivas. Huh?
But Kojo, wait a second. Don't you think that it's possible for two things to exist at the same time, right? So
bro.
I get it, and I been in our private chat. I think dude is a flip flopping fumbler, right? But I see his maturation. I see a little bit of progress from one stage to the next. So I would say I'm not certain that he was all gung-ho on Kyra, because after I've seen the way she moves, right? We're talking about the masculine and the feminine energy. Yeah. He's had a lot of exposure to her, and he's probably seen she will run me over, right? And then he's got exposure with Liz, and he's like, she's going to allow me to step into my masculine space, right? So that's why for him, he kind of, slid his way over there. But I think what's triggering everybody is the passive aggressiveness, right? Because we want Jason to just come out and be like, yo, it's Liz or it's Kyra, and that's it. But that's not who he is. He is passive aggressive. We've seen it in so many instances, right? Calling her queen. We know what that is. That's his way of silently checking her. Stay in your boundaries, stay in your frame. Don't get too crazy with, how you're coming back and forth at me. I'm reminding you, you're a queen. Stay in that space. That's who he is. He can't say, Kyra, listen, I feel like you're treading on some thin ice here. I need you to just back up a little bit. I want us to remain respectful. That's not who he is. He's just going to queen her to death. Right. So I think before, and listen, again, I don't think Jason is a full character in his full masculinity, but I think he has evolved in this process. And because of who Liz is, it's kind of added some strength, kind of shored him up a little bit to kind of step out and say certain things. Now, what he does next, we don't know, but that's my thoughts on it.
I like that. Yes, Christian.
I just want to say that we ain't give him enough smoke since he made that statement about how he wasn't going to talk about Kyra. He wasn't going to talk to Kyra because of her finances. That was when I knew someone was really wishy-washy.
Wait, who said what?
When he said that after the date, after Jason's date with Kyra and the family date or the meeting, the relative, I can't remember what it was.
It was her ex-boyfriend.
Right. And he was like, yeah, I'm not too sure about Kyra and her finances. And then he goes tiptoes over in the night to Liz. And I'm just like, that makes no sense. Like it came out of nowhere. It could have been editing, but it came out of nowhere. And I'm like, if you just want a reason to run back to Liz, just say that. Because if Kyra would have did that, people would have been dragging her. And I'm like, you, the teacher, and people probably going to drag me for this, but it's the truth. You, the teacher, you're worried about Kyra, the lawyer, the corporate lawyer, and her finances when you guys are not even together. Y'all trying to balance finances. Like, that just sounded like an excuse to me. And I feel like he did a lot of stuff like that. That was just the biggest reach that he did to find an excuse to run back to Liz. So I don't know. He did. I think I do agree that right now he's growing. He seems like he's growing. Everyone deserves credit for their growth. I hope that he continues, like I said, to do right by Liz and stand in this newfound masculinity and be a great man and hold it down. I'm just saying, he's making me laugh. No, I want him to this new strength that he got. I want him to hold strong, keep that strength in the room. I want him to keep it and do right by Liz because I feel like they build off each other. He's a CEO. She's a boss. I feel like she can boss him up a little bit. She already got the faith background. He needs that so he can stop looking at titties like he's been looking at. I really want them to come together and be good. But I do think he's done a lot of passive-aggressive things in the past, including that nonsense about Kyra and her finances. And, he should get equal smoke, that Kyra gets, and I don't feel like he does. Some people give it to him, but he doesn't get enough. Because he doesn't did too much, too many times.
That's when he put Liz as his number one.
But who did he say that
That's
to?
true,
Did
he
he
did.
tell Kyra, though? Did he tell Kyra that Liz was his number one?
That's
Or
my
did
point.
he tell
He
himself?
ain't been saying that. Tell him,
He
Christian.
put her-
He ain't been saying
He
that.
put Liz as his number one, but who he tell?
But when Liz said she was going to be celibate, he went back to Kyra, right?
Right. That's what he told her.
I mean,
No, he went back
that's
to
another thing we need to
Kyra
talk about. We
when-
didn't talk about.
He went back
When
to
the
Kyra.
first guys, all four of them guys said Kyra's name. That week he went back to Kyra. The week before he was at Liz.
He went back to Kyra when his friends tried to tell him that Liz was uptight. Y'all remember that?
That too.
Listen, he's been flip-flopping. He's been indecisive because he has two options. The positions were changing from week to week. He was playing the game. He
Small boy
played
energy.
better than Kyra. Kyra was also flip-flopping, playing the game. Like they both playing the game. Jason played it better at the end of the day. He ended up being in the best position on this show. He's the one that was able to choose and, maintain his little, dignity about it. So,
and there's room for maturity, guys. There's room for maturity. We're talking about episodes that happened prior, right? So there's still room for maturity. Maybe he did do these things, but maybe he has matured. And I mean, obviously it wasn't that much maturity, but maybe there is a level of him seeing certain things and doing certain things differently. But at the end of the day, like, I feel like they both were playing the game. He just played it better. Yeah, I could ask you the question all day, every day. And even when they go into the tavern or wherever they're going to make their choices, that is him choosing her. That's her choosing him. He doesn't necessarily have to come out flat out and say, I choose you, Kyra, because that's me showing you my whole hand. So if I can ask you, who are you choosing? And you want to be stupid enough to tell me, then yeah, that's how I'm going to play it. So that's how he was playing it. Kyra just didn't tell him, which was a smart way to play the game. And then he made his move. I don't think that either one of them was wrong for asking. I think they were both playing the game. And it just happened to go in the favor of Jason. And that's it.
I think it went in the favor of Jason because, yes, they were both playing the game. But he decided to get off the ride. He was like, I'm done. I don't need it to be complicated. Let's keep this. Like, that's what. So I don't think he played better because he ain't that smart. I'm not going to, come on now, G. Like, he's a PE teacher. Like, what's he teaching?
Wait, Lola. Wait. He might be smart. Lola. Wait, no. Layla, he might be smart. No.
I'm just saying, in terms of the game, because everybody's giving him points. Let's not give him points like that. The thing is, what he did was he was genuine with himself. He said, I'm done playing this game. Let's get off. And then he faced Liz. And yes, it's true. I do believe that he probably wanted Kyra, but he decided that I just don't want it to be complicated. I want peace. He's been consistent in a couple themes. Like, I don't think he's overnight going to be this great man and great leader, but he's going to grow into those pair of shoes. And he's been consistent with certain things. He wants peace. He wants simplicity. And he's serious about actually looking for a relationship to commit. But because he has said that he's looking at someone, like the way he's dating to marry. And so those are the consistent things he's been looking at. So I think that's where he's been. That's what's going on with him. So yeah, Jason, I think Jason gets, for me, some days I give him points. Other days, if he's done something dumb, I'll take it back. We'll see how next week goes. But this week, I feel that he did something to really stand up in his manhood and say, yeah, this is exactly what you should be doing. Next week, and the truth is, that is human nature. We call him a flip-flopper, but the honest truth is we all do the same thing, but we don't have a camera following us. That's just my opinion. So I'm just commenting on his life.
I agree with that. To be honest, I actually think Jason's a good catch, by the way. So I just wanted to just throw that in there. I actually think you're a good catch, Jason, and that's a real spit. I do actually think you're a good catch.
After you scattered the panel, after you've been making
it's part of the game. Nobody's clean here in this game. You know what I'm saying? Once you're part of this game, nobody's clean. You know what I'm saying? Everyone's hands get dirty.
I think also one last thing about Kyra, I think deep down she wasn't sold on either one of these guys.
This is the truth.
Like, I don't think that she wanted
AJ,
and I don't think that she wanted Jason. I don't think that she saw in Jason what she would need to feel, like she can rest in her femininity. She definitely doesn't get that from AJ either. So this whole thing was really just to win the game, to feed her own ego. And so her ego is bruised. And when that ego gets bruised, that's how it shows up.
I'm with you. I mean, maybe next week we'll have to talk about Kyra as well, because the fact that she had David as a top at one point, or whatever she had him as making her feel in her femininity, was what even scared me the most. So we'll have to discuss some real issues around her too. Love you, Kyra, but we gotta talk about some real stuff that you be doing, okay? Some of the stuff you've been doing out here is crazy, okay? But no, real spit, I actually think Jason's a good catch. So it's just that, I hope him and Liz work it out, and I hope he respects the celibacy. I hope she respects her own celibacy. I'm talking about the fact that it's going to be one way. She might even fool herself. You know what I'm saying? Let's hope this is going to be a long-term thing. I think we saw some posts or whatever you guys posted into our personal chat. So hopefully they're going to make it together and, live happily ever after. And it's a Disney film ending. But for guys in the audience, listen, I know today the strength has been quite strong in the room. And yes, it's been quite strong today. I think some people are watching it obviously a bit late. They're now putting comments, which happened probably about 2-3 hours ago. But we appreciate you guys for turning up. You guys came in strong. 1,400 of you turned up, man. And you lot came in correct. So we appreciate you for that. Our panelists again: Jay, Christian, Sean, Maria, Lola, Adwa, Onu. Really, really appreciate you guys for coming on, sharing your thoughts. Those as well who are past panelists as well, appreciate you as well. Next week we're here, and I think we're here on what's today's day. I need to make sure if I'm actually here. Yeah, I'm here next week. Next week we're here, and then I believe we're putting it on a Sunday, because Put a Ring on It's also out, so I can't do it the same day. We'll be tired. So Put a Ring will be on a Sunday. Ready to Love will still stay on a Saturday as well, because we're starting next week. All right, so. Guys, I'm going to say love you and appreciate you, okay? Don't be too offended now, Jasonites, okay? All right? Y'all in the same category as Jacobites now. So we appreciate you. Stay locked and stay loaded, and we will see you guys next